Chipping Camden. Cotswold. If you watch the rest of this video, you're gonna see these a lot. I don't know how long this is gonna be. The trip could take days, it will take days. And I'm leaving Chipping Camden in the north of the Cotswolds, starting 165 kilometer, 105 mile trip today, within minutes. Turning from High Street onto the next street. Well, this is me leaving Chipping Camden. A lot of these words I'm not going to be able to say because we use some old English around here. And let me see here, what do we got? That's the CC behind me, and up ahead is the farming land. Farming land's coming up. And I hope that I won't be speaking too much for this. I just want to get into the scenery. All right, that's called a kissing gate. I'll show you how that works later. Au revoir, Chipping Camden. Looking north, just a little past Campden. All right, this is a kissing gate and works to keep the cows out. So you just open that latch, get to the other side, and it locks. And that's the metal version. And yeah, and again, people who are coming really close, all these little indications, they help. Let's see what the view at Dover's Hill looks like. A lot of the Cotswolds, from my memory, I tried half of it coming from the south, is like this. Now, I think some of the way, that mountain way in the far back, that's Wales, and a lot of this area, Gloucester, and yeah, the Cotswolds Way is mostly going to be on the ridge, so it offers those splendorous views. It also offers an occasional century-old bench. There's a couple coming up. Before I get going again, I'd left 25 minutes ago, noon, Monday, July 8th, from Chipping Camden. The next stop is Broadway. What is that? Buckland, Stanton, and then it goes all the way down to Bath. Now apparently, give me a second here, this is 164 km, 102 miles. So a brief description of this, I'm going to give a brief description of each segment here. The journey along the Cotswolds Way starts in a beautiful historic market town of Chipping Camden. After leaving the town, the trail takes you out to the Cotswolds escarpment with stunning views of Dover's Hill, where the annual Olympic Games are first held in the first weekend of June. The walk continues to the fields of Broadway Tower and then down to the village of Broadway with its historic connections with the arts and craft movement. The section has 367 feet, 137 meters, and an ascent of 790 feet. The UK government, I forget, the National something walking way, allows people to traverse these farmlands Of course, you don't want to disturb the animals, and if you have a dog, keep your dog on leash. It's pretty simple, and it's very generous of both the farmers and the UK government to provide this for a tourist like me. Thank you. Sometimes they have levers. Sometimes all you got to do is push. When it gets to the roads again, you could get lost. So when that happens, just look for the easiest one to find and try not to get hit. And there it is. So usually it's just find where the footpath is and then take it from there. Look at that. These footpaths are thousands of years old. If you do think you are off path, you can always download or have pre-downloaded some maps, which will assure you that you're still on the right path. This slab of rock here beside the gate, this is a stepping gate, and essentially that's all it is. And my bag just ripped. So, sewing job coming up. This is where it gets really cool, and the air's super nice, and it's dark, it's easy to walk in, and then all of a sudden there's just grand light everywhere. Look at that. Hotels give you free sewing kits. Carry a sewing kit. That way you can sew your bag while you're on the Cotswolds Way, right there. See? A little bit of rain coming down. For this trip, I don't have rain boots. All I have are these, which I'm willing to get totally wet and destroyed, Clarks. Not meant for hiking, that's for sure. What else do I have? I have 2 tarps and a rain jacket, quasi rain jacket, and an umbrella, a little blue umbrella. So if the rain gets really hard, well, lots of trees I can rest under, and of course coming up are some cask ales at every single, well, hopefully not every, maybe every single, yes, definitely every single bar that I find. 1 per town, 1 every second town. Cask ales, that's one of the many reasons that I'm on this trip. Again, when in doubt, just follow what you were walking on. And even though there's other options that would seem like is going to take you to somewhere greater, and because other cars and vehicles have gone there, just stay on the path that you were on, what looks like it, and you should be okay. Also, another public service announcement. When I landed in London, I took my SIM card out of my phone. Haven't got a text in 3 days. no source of emails, and it's kind of nice to think that when I go to the bar, I'll be able to charge my phone, get some Wi-Fi, drink a cask ale. Again, I'm repeating myself here. So that's it for the public service announcement. I am thirsty. That was a long stretch. Wow. Goodbye to that view. And that's pretty obvious. Don't go there. So just keep going. Lots of different vegetation. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I guess this is wheat, probably. Look at that. Little snail. And wow. You can see how well used this route is. Like it's been raining on and off a lot here, probably about 2 or 3 times a day. And these all look like there's a couple, maybe 20 fresh tracks I'm looking at here. Just, I'm guessing since today. The other phone died, so this is all I got left. The iPhone 4. It's a little windy. This road, this walk will rarely ever put you in harm's way with traffic. And there's some English stone walls. You don't see that very often anywhere in the world. They're unique to this area. I think of Hadrian's Wall being the main one. That's from a long time ago. But yeah, so this is what I mean. Here, major highway. And yeah, you got to be fast, but definitely this is a safer way to go. Purple color, purple and green. It's like the stalks are emerald. Beautiful. Before I open up that, I want to look and see what I've went through before. It's one last time. I don't think I'll ever be here again. I spent an extra minute just for myself without any video because some things are, you want to keep in your retina, in your memory, like in some visual long-term look back and remember things. And for the sake of this video, for anybody who watches this who wants to get on the Cotswolds or may never be on the Cotswolds, I'm making this video for you, and well, also for some long-term hits on my channel. But yeah, I took an extra minute, and that's what I'm going to be doing. Of course, I can't fit the entire 6 or 7 days on this one iPhone 4 here, or the iPhone 8, and I wouldn't want to anyways, because I'd rather just look at things. But if you like this, then subscribe to PBS, make a donation, and follow, what else, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Yahoo, MySpace. TikTok. Instagram. Yeah, this might help. Where's Broadway? Follow the green road. Follow, 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 follow the green road. If ever a road was green, you know, it'll take you to Bath, so Bath you go. Follow, 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 follow the Cotswolds Way green road. Alright, that one's got Broadway. I think there's going to be a Cascade on Broadway. There better be. Come on, what else is here? Cotswolds Way. Nope. Yes. Yes. Should have, would have, could have, but I didn't. Because those roads are opposite to most of the driving in the world, except for India. India's got a major population and they drive on the left side of the road. Don't get lost here. Just want to say about those English roads. Don't get lost here. Fuck. It's kind of like playing chicken and Frogger at the same time. I'm hoping this is the right way. I'm not sure. This could be my first fork in the road, fork in the walk. Chicken and Frogger at the same time. That's what crossing English roads are like for a pedestrian. I don't see any bicycles on those roads. Those are made only for cars. That is for sure. 39 casualties on this road in 3 years. Yeah, drive carefully, okay? Yeah, that could have been a mistake. So look at this without the glare. I have to go back. So I made a small error. Instead of going that way, I went this way, and that's where I saw the 39 people dead. I want to go back that way, which it's only 40 meters. So back to the fork. There is no indication that this is the right way. The Cotswolds. AONB, you let me down. But thankfully that iPhone 8 had just enough juice to get the image back up. Hopefully I can get down to Broadway. Just a massive stone in the middle of nowhere here, all by farmland. Hey, Stonehenge, you forgot one. I keep seeing these metal dividers in the middle of the road. I can't think of what they're for. To divide the road somehow. And I'm still not sure if this is the correct route. Concrete will do that, or asphalt will just take away the well-trodden path. But I did see someone walking on here, so that's a good indication. And this is just after that strange missing fork in the road and the dangers of being on the highways or walking on the highways here. I mean, there's no other reason to walk around here because there would just be highways, and they're made for like little Silverstone. I'll shut up now. Stone gate, metal gate, wooden gate. You know why there's no 9th Avenue in New York or Vancouver? Because they're Broadway. That's Broadway Tower. And down there is Broadway. And that's where I have to charge both phones because they are gone. So I need some magical Benjamin Franklin electricity. This was the view from Broadway Tower. I took a moment and I sat at the chair you can't see, and there's the tower, little chess piece tops. There's a fence right there. There's some trees, a lot of trees in the back. So the little crosses here, little cross marks, that's agriculture, farms, and I think there's a little town down there. You can't really see it, and of course these are clouds. And I got closer. I walked about halfway down. I took another stop at a bench, and it says view from halfway down. Also, the tower, Broadway Tower, is the highest point in the entire trip, in the entire 102 miles. So it's all downhill from here. Just kidding, there's lots of ups and downs. These are some trees, and the agriculture got closer, so I was able to spread out the tic-tac-toes. And there's some mountains in the background, so it looks like I'll be walking up these scribbly lines here, and then eventually I'll get all the way down to Bath, which is way down there. So where I am right now is in Broadway, and I'm finished. Well, that was done a long time ago. That's about an hour. And in the meantime, I did have a beer, and it's not a cask ale. But there will be one. So this is at the Lygon Arms, and this place is 700 years old, and it was really nice to be here for these last 2 hours. I did have that lager, and I was able to thankfully find some energy, and I was only, this one single phone is all I have really for working with until I can charge up again. And that was where I was charging my phone. having a lager. And this is Broadway. Oh, and that's another red box. It's cool seeing these. Cotswold Court. Broadway Hotel. Some Tudor styling there. And look at all these neat little houses. These are super nice pigeons. They're kind of like natural pigeons. I see them in nature and parks and stuff like that. They have nests in trees. They're twice the size of a New York pigeon, or a Vancouver pigeon, or a North American pigeon, and they're even nicer, and they have clean feathers. So European and UK pigeons are much better than North American pigeons. Now, this is Church Street, and that's the hill where I climbed down from, or climbed up to and down from. Back to Church Street. I could have got lost if I didn't look up the streets before I left. So that's what I was doing. I was doing a little bit of homework at that $400 a night hotel. That was filmed over there, so I came here just to double check, and that's the way. All right, well, Church Street, I knew was going to come to this. One of those apps said, go that way. However, if I can see the national guideline, that's the one I'm sticking with, Cotswolds Way. Public, yeah, so it's down there. Just keep going, right? When in doubt, follow what the signs say in reality instead of using some digital accessory. Especially if you can get back to the earth. Oh, this feels so much better on my feet. There's a house. Somebody's parking there. Oh, the blackberries are winning that fight. Oh, there it is. Let the yellow arrow lead the way. Cotswolds Way, right there. That's what I want to see. And this is the more traditional wooden gate. What are they called again? Kissing gate. Look how soft and how many times that's been used. And it's like polished marble. Beauty. Again, I hope to see that tower from somewhere. But that was really nice up there. Great view. And looking ahead, there's the other kissing gate. This one of those really nice pigeons. Look at that. Those guys are classy. What do you eat? You got some grass? Hey. Are you the black sheep of the family? All right. I guess this will be called the V gate. It gets me through there somehow. And behind this defense of blackberries is a creek I would take a bath in if it was accessible. And I need some fucking fresh water. These signs are really old, but the one thing that stays with the stickers is it's an acorn, but it looks like a footprint too. And in newer versions of the route, you'll see the public footpath, and I think it's just a matter of following, again, the yellow, going over the steps. See, you just got to follow that. See, I could have made a mistake there. What you're looking for is the Cotswolds Way, that's for sure. Stay on the right path. There's so many paths for walkers in England that, you really could actually just wind up getting lost. And I read a story of, while I was charging my phone, of someone getting lost twice and having their, the reservation, there are groups that will, what will they do? I don't know. What will they do? They will rent, they'll escort you, they'll take your money to give you the experience that I'm getting for as cheap as possible. So we shouldn't say wealthier, because you really don't know how much money people have. Get rid of these blackberries, please. Some people pay to walk like 10 kilometers without a bag, without a knapsack, and that's it for the day. So for them, they give their knapsacks and backsacks, their luggage, to agencies that will drive them, transport all of their junk and their gear and their heavy incumbent, or what's the word I'm looking for? Uncomfortable? I don't know. Running out of adjectives. Cumbersome, that's the word. Jeez. Wares. You don't want to carry 100 pounds on your backpack. You don't want to bring into this world what you paid extra for to bring on the plane. So of course, that's going back to Broadway. That's a good sign. Some people will pay the extra dollar, and I imagine it's a lot. I've never looked into making or spending money to do what the government and farmers are providing for free. In the sense of a travel agency, I will spend some money on a hotel room or an auberge, a guest house, which are exceptional around here. They are made for this trip. The way that accommodations work here is, after a long day of walking, I think I'm at about, I don't know how many kilometers, probably like 15 for the day. It would be really nice to have a place to sleep for the night. But like me, I want to rest. If I pay for a place, I want to stay there for I want an early check-in and a late checkout. Now that late checkout is going to interfere with my next day of walking. So I would rather look for a soft piece of ground just to lay down here somewhere when it's dark and wake up to a view like this. Now, weather depending, I have thought of that. So I have my as much waterproof tarping or protection as I can. And who knows, right? There's also trees to protect people. And I think that will get me up earlier. I woke up at 4:30 today because I woke up at a bus stop in that little town outside of Silverstone. So where am I? I'm on the Cotswolds Way. Yeah, and she got lost twice in one day on the same path that I'm taking, like from speaking about that path, Chipping Camden to Stanton. Now she and her friend, they had to get that agency to pick them up. Now the agency paid for the taxi cabs. And again, if you pay somebody to do your homework then, or your dirty work, not dirty work, but to do the logistics, then sure, they owe you something. But I think you owe it to yourself to put as much energy and memorizing and homework into something before you intend on taking it upon yourself to walk this 105 mile. Feels like a hike, but it's more of a walk. There it is. There it is. Broadway Tower. Whew. I bought some water. Lush and green. Okay. Back to that map. Chipping Camden to Broadway, done. So Broadway, past Buckland, past Stanton to Stanway is described as, or in the following. Broadway to Wood Stanway, 6.5 miles, 10 kilometers. From Broadway, the Cotswolds Way climbs up the escarpment, following broad tracks to the Iron Age hill fort of Shinborough Camp. Yeah, it's climbing. The trail then descends into the unspoilt Cotswold village of Stanton. After the village, the walking becomes easy across the level parkland of the Stanway estate. Ooh, going through some castle turf. I wonder if the royal, I can ask for my taxes back. With its Jacobean manor and the highest gravity-fed fountain in Europe. Well, good thing I brought a bottle of water. Oh, look at that. Look at that. This section finishes in the hamlet of Wood Stanway. There are 813 feet, 248 meters of ascent, and 715, 218 meters of descent on this section. All right, bye-bye Broadway. Blackberries on either side. Ouch. So here's a potential screw up. Coming up the hill, I come to this V. Now, why would I walk down there when the path seems so easy and obvious there? Well, it's because that whole pole isn't really needed. I would suggest just putting some rocks there instead to keep people away from it, because that looks like I should take a right turn. That one right there. Where's my finger here? That says straight, so that one says go straight down, but then that one, because it's turned 45, 90 degrees, looks like I should be going down that way. But no, that's no. So I went with my gut, and I got these nice stairs ahead of me. So that's if construction or the aid from other people is any indication. I think I did the right, I think I made the right decision here. So, did I? Yes, okay, good. Coming up to that. So now it says public here, right? And then Cotswolds straight. So that's it, straight ahead. And I don't even know why they have that gate here. Could rain soon. Again, that's the highest point on this trip. What a view it was from there. This soft setting is a perfect example of a place to sleep. One, because it's already soft, it's basically chopped hay. You can kick down the spikes that are sticking out or push them to the side. There's a couple right there. Number two reason, the second reason, is this massive tree, which isn't thick for leaves, but that they will protect to some degree. And number three is this is not where Farmer John or the walkers with their dogs are gonna wake you up too early in the morning. And even if they do see you, it's, you know, they'll probably say hello anyways. And that'll wake you up, because you don't want to impede or infringe on people's property, and you don't want to take advantage of this fine benevolent society that's created these walks. However, on the flip side of that, you also don't want to spend, I think, what was it, like 418 or 450 pounds for a night at a hotel room? No. So I think there's polar differences in what I expect of myself and what's expected of the average tourist who comes here. Now, there are some places in the world where I would get the full tourist, all-inclusive special. Like I did that in Tibet. There was no way I was going to go through Eastern China and Tibet on my own, possibly hitchhiking or just being outside of the grid. No. But you know, in a Western country, to a certain extent, it makes kind of sense just to rough it, as they use, which is the colloquialism in these here parts. Roughing it is just sleeping outside. Doesn't mean you have to sleep on a sidewalk or get a tent in front of City Hall. You can, oh yeah, I wrote a book about that, so check it out. Happily Home Free, The Inside Guide to Living Outside. Check it out, it's on Apple and Amazon. So that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm going to. Well, it doesn't say the destination, but restricted byway. That's what this looks like. And now it's starting to rain, but it's just that one dark cloud ahead of me, or on top. But yeah, it's coming down, so time for the tarps. Okay, so for the life of me, I can't remember the name of what this yellow and the plastic things are. I've been calling them tarps all day. I want to call them canopies. I just can't remember what they're called. I know other words in camping, like bivouac sack, a sleeping bag, but this metal or this rain gear that covers the body, much like a folding tarp, is keeping me dry. I've got my knapsack behind me, like a little hunchback there. I've got my trusty blue umbrella doing the best thing. A golf umbrella would be really nice right now, but I'm not carrying a golf umbrella on any flight. So to tell you how much is raining right now, well, it's raining a lot. That's how much is raining. And these are the pants right now. Those are soaked. These Clarks are getting destroyed, so I'm kind of happy about that. I do want to take them full circle back to Glastonbury, where I bought them in 2017, and buy shoes that don't have wooden soles. Those wooden soles are killing my heels. So that's it. This is what it looks like in front of me. Just pouring rain. But I was expecting that in the weather. Good to be prepared. So that took about 5 minutes. The worst of the rain is over. It's showering now. I think it's a smattering of water coming down in light precipitation. It was pretty bad there for a moment. Pants are soaked, you see that? And those Clarks are gonna go anytime soon. I'm happy for that. This tarp, I can't remember the name of the type of fabric that you put over yourself to keep yourself dry. It's not a bivouac sack or a sleeping bag. It's a tarp with a hole in it. And I got my trusty blue umbrella here, keeping me dry. Always have an umbrella and a scarf. So that's what I'm walking through here. The contrast is taking it away, but yeah, that's the road ahead. Fun fact, you know you're going uphill when the water is going the other way. So that little downpour created a little creek down that cool restricted road. Now cool, I think, is the word for it because it's been nice to walk on. And I think restricted is only because they might move animals down these roads. So at that time, you don't want, or the farmer wouldn't want, a bunch of people walking down this road. So, you know, gotta take care, animals first. Which brings me to what I saw today. I saw people on these lands with unleashed dogs. I saw a couple with a Rottweiler. And I also saw people on bikes coming down. There's like a group of Italians, all spandex clad and everything. And they were trying to get their bikes, their electric bikes, mountain bikes, over the gates. And they wanted to go up to Broadway. Like, I would never want a bike on these trails. I don't think England is for biking at all. I think you should either walk, train, or bus, or drive. But that's just me. Plenty of Bromptons in London, that's for sure. I don't have anything against bikes. In fact, I went to the Brompton factory and got a free tour of that place before it became super popular in around 2020 and 2019. Bikes there, they've had the same, oh come on, here we go. They've had the same design since the 1960s, which I wish cars had the same design. Just one car or one phone, just stick with it. All right, so I'm gonna stick with this path and I'm not sure exactly where it's going. That's it, another restricted byway. When the Cotswolds Way gets really wide and when the rain's washed out footprints, it's really nice having these. Hey, every little bit helps. And this is a fork in the road that I wasn't expecting. Cotswolds Way, staying on the course. Got my blue umbrella there, drying out. Not a drop coming anymore. And this trail looks awesome. This is a public footpath to Witchcombe. Now I'm gonna get to Witchcombe maybe tonight. However, I just looked on the app and I'm gonna show that right now. And it looks like I should be staying straight and that'll get me to Stanton Way or the next town before Winchcombe. So that's where I'll just stay on this path. And that little blue umbrella, I tell you, it's awesome. Restricted access still. Your dog can scare or harm farm animals. Please put it on a lead near livestock. Close the gate. There's another sign right there. Keep dogs on a lead. Different word. Lead. There's that. Different kind of gate lock there mechanism. And here we are in the blackberry bushes here. Much smaller trail. Little view to the side. kind of like the rocky trails because the rocks act like massage beads or something to the soles of my feet. All right, that's enough of the jungle video. Just a little past that jungle. Does it open up to this canvas of greenery? Super nice. So pretty. And like that white light ahead, I just can't wait to see what's up there. Hey, so I found out that the mapping system that I was using, a third-party app off the App Store, they were geolocating me throughout my trip, and that was taking energy away from my battery. Now, I needed that help at times, but I also need my battery to make sure that I can keep some of this video. And because the trail from here widened and it looks a little easier, I think should be able to get to Stanton or the other S word and then on to Winchcombe after that. But yeah, it really opened up here and it's quite nice. Shenborough Farm has been kind enough to dedicate some of their land, watch the cattle guards, to keep the Cotswolds Way open. I'm getting closer to a peak here, and I'll get to the next video when I'm at that peak headed down south. So this looks to be going down from here, and beside the super old fence, I'm still on the Shenborough estate, and that was in the, oh hey Mr. Ed, Thoroughbred Ed, is that the way to Stanton? Stanway? Look at how cute, look at those ears. Yep. Keep going. Yes, no, maybe so. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit more. Cotswolds slanting 1 1/4 mile, all downhill. Well, I've got 5%, so I'm just going to run this out. No, I'm not. Right after I said that, I see that there's one there, and then there's another option here. To the left, Cotswolds Way, going down that path. To the right, public footpath with a gate that hasn't been open in how long, and yeah, I'm gonna go to the left. So coming down, this is what it's been. Rocky, thin, and wet on the sides with these grass sticking out. Almost there. Just keep going, keep going. Ouch. These rocks are really nice on the soles of my feet, I'll tell you that. And I want these rocks to chew into the bottom of the shoes, so I'll even feel better about getting rid of them full circle back at that Clark's factory in Glastonbury. Symbolism. full circle. The little accomplishments in life, along with a big one from Chipping Camden to Bath. That's what it's about. But adding a few other dreams on the inside of a larger one, that just makes it all the better. From that to this. Hey. Yeah, I'm not gonna walk up there for that grass. Sorry, bud. No, I will. I get you. Hold on, hold on. Gotta get this on video. I know you want that. There you go. Want some more? Yeehaw! Hold on. I know who's boss here. Bye. Is he following me? Oh yeah. Hey. Ciao. Arrivederci. Bye-bye. Happy horses, happy fish, thatched houses. Is there a cask ale in this town so Leon can get his wish? Wow, and they're using electric right now. Cotswolds Way. Stanton, which made the map, only has a couple blocks to it. There's nothing there in terms of food, shelter, a beer, or electricity. So I am winging it to the next town, which I think is called, I don't remember the name. I don't expect myself to remember the names of places that I just learned yesterday from a printed page. So onwards, hoping that this phone goes on a little bit longer. And really, it's a question right now of fatigue versus the knowledge that I'm going to be wet. So one of those two, whatever happens first. Plus nighttime. In this particular sort of easy to get lost way without a phone, it can get thick, sticky. Plus, on that thin trail just a half hour earlier, my elbow grazed a stinging needle and I got bumps on my arm now. Don't want to slip and fall. I walked by that tree underneath it that looked very tempting and warm and dry. This is probably bone dry, and that would be a good place, flat, even surface to sleep. What do you say, cow? I see you looking. You too. Yeah. Sorry to scare you. Just passing through. You gonna let me through? Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry to bother you. From Stanton to Wood Story, I think it's called. This has been some of the nicest or the easiest walking. All level, open wide. Really, really good work here. Good walking. Walking through those cows is great. That's the darkest tree I've ever seen in my life. I saw something like that from Broadway Tower, etched into the landscape by Broadway or past it. And I'm looking at it right now, and I can't tell from the leaves what kind of tree that is, but it's purple, it's pomegranate. It's just so lush and dark. I've never seen anything like that before. It looks like it's like in permanent October mode. I'm underneath it, lying down, and I really think about that. I am bagged out tired. If I go to that little next place, it's called the Hamlet, and I expect as little from that Hamlet, a little town village as the last one. So for dryness, for sleeping, getting a lot of sleep and privacy, not being woken up by any hikers in the morning, I think that may be the best bet. It's 9 o'clock and it's going to get dark soon, and I don't want to pass that up thinking that there's something better in places that I've never been. Oh, and then there's the mouth of a stump too. But here it is. That one or this one. All right, until tomorrow. Chipping Camden, Buckley, Stanton, Stanway, Hales, Winchcombe. That's where I am now. That's where I am having a breakfast. Hey, look at that smile. And that is my beer, half finished. That's a cask ale. There is no carbonation. So you are here watching me where I am, and I'm going down Hostlip Hill onto this Cotswolds Way, and it's not that blue of a sky, nor is it that blue, and there's guaranteed no trains like that, but I'll show you what's coming up. Foodley Castle, Vineyard Street led to Winchcombe Abbey's Vineyard. It was later called Duck Street after some ducks crossed the road. This is Wool Cottage, and this starts the Cotswolds out of Winchcombe. I gotta say, Winchcombe was better than I expected. I don't know why I didn't expect much, because there's so many coombs around here that it reminds me of like something. Cotswolds Way. I can't tell you how much this means to me to see this at noon. Without the rain, leaving Winchcombe. I have eaten, today I ate like a pie that's called humble. It was a humbling pie. Little look at Winchcombe here, and I am happy to say that I had my that's not the route. I had my first definitely not final ale. So what's so special about a cask ale? No one may ask. This is where I should edit something about a cask ale, which I'll edit later and put it into later on in this video. Barbed wire. Go to the light. Seek and ye shall find. All right. So in 92 or 93, me and my girlfriend Sonia, we went down to Mexico. And on the way, we met this Californian who was kind of from New Orleans, but he was probably born there. I don't remember his name. He was walking around bare feet. And then I read a book, or parts of a book that was given to my grandparents. It was called Long Walks. And I think it was given to them for their 40th anniversary in 96. Maybe it was 86. It would have been 86. So why am I telling you that? Because this is not so much the Hobbit feel, it's just me, the apple picker, walking around how I have on so many apple farms in my life. If you ever get the chance, and not so much in your city park, but wherever the road takes you, take off your socks and shoes and walk barefoot on earth. Few better feelings will exist for your feet, I swear. These can dry. I'm keeping the Clarks all the way. I came so close to dropping them off, getting rid of them. In winch combs. Now, I'm happy that I didn't bring come on. I'm happy that I didn't bring the rocks are tough just for a second. It's just like walking at the beach. A sandless beach. But here, this feels like it's hard to explain. Like it's therapeutic. It's the way my feet, it's how my feet are supposed to walk on and what they're supposed to walk on. There's two people up there, I talked to them. They are going all the way to the path to, they're headed all the way down south. They're not far from here. They were, I think, from a place called, well, basically one of the shires around here. And I'll be talking to them again. They will help me. Maybe I'll help them if they ever get lost. I got lost for the first time today. After waking up at 4:30, I did what, you'd expect of someone who's slept dry and has everything ready to go. Just jump up and go. Well, I kept on going. I wound up at some cool abbey. Not cool, it's better than that. It's ancient. Built in 1200. Just give it that. No electricity. Open to the public. Not supported by government. I gave the humble building 20 pence. So I walked in and said my prayers. I acknowledged some of the spirituality and religion that has helped create who I am in a belief system. Now there's systems that one can incorporate from all parts of the world, but parts of the world came to North America, and with it, so did the earmarked, how can I say that? Earmarked. Expectation that there's some sort of religion that's coming along with the old world into the new. There goes a winch comb there. And I'll continue. So they had a pipe or a foot powered organ. Now, it was really nice. I don't know. It was great, exceptional, beatific, exciting, wonderful, the best to play that. Isn't that right? You heard it. And I played it from the low notes to the highs, left it at that. Like some oral audio exposure to the gods and all the religions that have come are here, and maybe later on. Then I walked about good 3 miles, I think, on the way to what I thought was a winch comb, and I could not find that. Oh, I wound up walking on a private farmer's field full of waist-high and then to chest-high rapeseed, canola seed, and it was dry, and I had no water. And then I wound up on some equine private land that was having a small horseshit bonfire, and I saw someone who could have been the worker on the property. This was maybe 10 acres of pristine outside of town. private dwellings. So I asked him, how do I get to town? Winchcombe. He gave me directions, asked me if I was okay with walking the highways. Said yes, okay, so I kept walking and made it to Winchcombe. Much larger in this picture than I had it in my mind. I looked for a place to stay for the night, wondering if I should buy a pair of hiking boots. Maybe take a bus or spend the night even. Charge up the phone, the iPhone 4, and the power bank. Thankfully, at round. Now that mistake was 2 miles in the making. And that cost me roughly an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Getting out of that Planet of the Apes crop was horrible. And I felt like just dropping there, leaving myself as a corpse. Maybe the horses would smell me or the local dogs, and then find me as a skeleton on the side of some blackberry highway bush. No. And really what got me going was buying 4 British apples. Now, because Britain and Canada and America too don't have any intervegetable trade that I know of, these apples were obviously 8 or maybe 10 months old, but they were crisp. So I had 4 of them for £2, £1.85. There's another one there. I'll just follow them. If I get lost, we get lost together. Blame myself. And then I looked for a place, and the first guest house was full. They recommended the White House, I think it was, or the White Horse. Ordered a traditional English breakfast after the apples, and I spent about 2 hours on those 3 cask ales. And that gets me into a catching up and talking mood. And that gets me up to here, on the way to some hill whose name I've forgotten. I heard the gate close, so it's definitely a good indication. But being lost this morning and thinking that the Cotswolds Way sign were overtaken by Gloucestershire sign, Gloucester. I think the warden of the AONB National Parks for Winchcombe, I think he and his friends deserve a lovely warm email from me stating that signs are clearly not indicated on the way into Winchcombe from Hales Abbey. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Coming from there, just past that field, there's another option to come this way. And this way will lead me to Cheeves Hill. I don't remember the name of it for sure. Maybe 5.1 kilometers or 5.1 miles It's easier to think just from place to place and then just leave the numbers to themselves. They can work it out. As for water, I bought that for $1.75 or £1.75 yesterday, and the bar filled it up. Fits perfectly. 1.5 liters would be too much, too heavy. And I guess something that small, because it's going to empty in however many hours, miles, kilometers. It'll inspire me to go to the next place, if only to get that water filled. Oh, waking up with that thing dry today. Ugh. Some sort of crop, maybe 5 years, maybe 8 years from now. There be winchcombe. Thank you much. Put the shoes back on, because the deal with these, even untied, is to just get me past the rocky parts. I mean, I don't want my skin going on that in case of breakage. Yeah, so the rocky parts, and that's it. That's all I need it for. So off the shoes. All right, Cleeve Hill is where I'm off to. That is 5.6 miles according to that. One of the last of the first of 4 pages, bottom paragraph. Gah. And even though I'm kind of looking where I'm going with my shoes on in this rocky condition, I'm going to read out what I went through this morning, or where I went through. What's a different story? So, Wood Stanway to Winchcombe, 4.5 miles, 8.8 kilometers. The third section starts with a steep climb up the Wood Stanway onto the escarpment, where you will be rewarded by magnificent views across the Vale of Evesham towards the Malverns. Even though it was overcast, I saw some of the really nice areas there. Passing the Iron Age hill fort of Beckbury Camp, I did not see that. You then descend to Hales with its ruined abbey and little church. That was the story of me playing there at 8 a.m. to a beatific audience. All right. Slip and trip. I have slipped so many times, but thankfully, knock on wood, haven't tripped. So, the trail then continues through farmland into the Cotswold town of Winchcombe, along the curiously named Puck Pit Lane. This section has 462 feet, 172 meters of ascent, and 679, 207 meters of descent. All right, so the next is Winchcombe to Cleeve Hill, but I'll leave that because I don't want to yell while these people are walking beside me or the other way. Kind smiles and warm hellos. Okay, and they are going north. There is no, before I get back to the page here, there's no right and wrong in terms of direction on this path. 102 miles, 160 kilometers. So take it north to south or south to north, or don't take it at all. The benefit of going south, in my opinion, is that there is this incomparable piece of 4-story hydrotherapy in Bath. Nothing to do with the Roman bath, which are canceled and has been canceled since the 70s, I think, 1970s. This bath is fully modern, and in terms of hydrotherapy, which is one of my favorite therapies along with color therapy and aromatherapy, I think this is the best place I've ever been to when wanting or needing H2O to come to the rescue. Oh, and it does. So we're made of 70% water, and I really think that the body likes getting back to its origins. So that is awaiting for me in Bath. And look, I caught up to them. Bellis Nap Long Barrow. I have no idea what this is about or what it's for. Looks like a giant tomb. Keep going. Scratch that. Let's see what this Bellis place is all about. Oh, okay. I have no idea what that was for. Lots of stone slabs. Would have been a nice place to sleep. 1,000, 2,000, I don't have no Neolithic period here. Caveman dwelling. Well done. Starting to rain. This is a cool slate gate. So yes, I did ask someone, and she said that this is a burial site from people a long, long time ago. I could have read the plaque. One thing I've learned, or one thing that I've come to the conclusion of, is reading plaques can be habit forming. And it's not a knowledge that I really want to bring in or think that I respect what happened so long ago. That'll only stay in my mind for the next 5 minutes. So, yes, people were buried there in the most respectful way. Obviously, they were surrounded by their loved ones and commemorated after their lifetime until the grass grew. And you can tell that travelers and tourists and walkers, walkabouts, locals are not walking or treading upon that grass. It's always a good indication of respect. I'm treading upon this grass because, thankfully, the farmers respect old trails, and the government respects the fact that people want to keep walking in our lives while we are alive. Poncho, is that what it's called? That word, for what these are, I cannot remember for the last 24 hours. I've been thinking like a human tarp, a fabric over the shoulders. A poncho might work, I suppose. There is another more anglicized version of that. I'm keeping this on because even though the skies are breaking, it does call for rain this afternoon, and I'd rather just have these on comfortable than to have to find a shelter to put them on in case it really gets a downpour. Thankfully, what are these blue flowers? Thankfully, this is the last day of major forecasted rain for the next week. Overcast, but without water pouring down. Come on, iPhone 8, you can do. This is the best it gets because I am not moving up. Like Touch ID, it reached its end. I don't like facial recognition, and I like the button that came with the first iPhone. It would make that sound, and I like it. I like the feel of it. Just press your thumb, opens it up. If I can talk about technology beside these kind of fences. Steve Jobs walks onto the stage, 2011, January, and says technology, where every once in a while a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything. Now, I've given that a lot of thought. At the day when he said that, I was finishing my shift at work, and then I came and I watched the keynote, which were not popular at all. They became popular after that address, and then they also created the Apple Center and the Infinite Loop, and they also stopped allowing audiences watching to participate in those, which is kind of disturbing. It's completely corporatized and not anti-human, just very impersonal. And I think the first ones were the best. Okay, the best iPhone, as I walk in the Cotswolds, was the iPhone 5. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. With just a straightforward focus here. Why was the iPhone 5 the best? One reason, it had the 3.5 auxiliary audio cable input. Now that audio cable was developed in the early 60s, and smaller than the other. I don't remember the size of the other one, but it was smaller than the coaxial one that you would use in, for playing guitar or large audio broadcasts. 3.5 aux was the easy route. You could carry it around. Worked well with Walkmans, the Sony Walkman. And it worked with the iPod, which is one of the three inputs, or one of the three parts, the stratagems of the iPhone. The iPhone originally on that date was listed as, or shown as, Safari, Internet, the iPod, music collection, and there's just three of them. Oh yeah, Internet. We got the Safari, the Internet. What's the third one? Video? I forget. Oh yeah, a telephone. Okay, yeah, because nobody uses the phones anymore. So it's funny that the cell phone basically made people not want to call people anymore unless it's a complete emergency. Someone just got shaved. Yeah, so the 3.5 aux, great sound quality for its size. And you could connect it to speakers. Didn't require Bluetooth, so you weren't losing energy, and it never had to be charged over and over again. And it is better sound than Bluetooth. If you take the history of sound in a recorded, in the sense of recording history, it went from, like the 1910s RCA, phono, mono sound, to stuck with the wax till the 8-track and the 6-track cassette. And the sound quality lessened. And then definitely when we got to CDs, probably mid 80s, the accessibility, the ability to not have to skip a needle or scratch a record was the major selling feature for the CDs. And then those, because they were all digital, turned into MP3s very quickly. The people who were still buying disc were basically buying immediate ancient technology. So I sold all my CDs in 2001, knowing that the MP3 is the future. I don't agree to streaming. I'm not going to pay Spotify for their music. I started to amass a collection of my own music. I think I got about a terabyte, which I've gotten from libraries, from other people's collections. It's really easy to get free music, and that's why I bought the iPhone. That's one of the 3 reasons. Now, that's just music alone. Safari, as the internet server for Apple, has done well, and it's obviously converted to the other phones via the App Store, and trying to keep up with the ever-changing technology. But what if okay, back to iPhone 5. Why is it the best? Because the edges are flat on the outsides. All around it in that rectangular design it's flat. So you can lay it upright or along its side and use it and watch a movie. You know, you can't do that with anything else. And because it's flat, it's easier to hold between finger and thumb. These rounded versions, they feel good at first, but really there is a greater chance of losing the grip on it. Why else the iPhone 5? Okay, those are the only 2 reasons. Oh yeah, it has Touch ID, or the fingerprint thing. And that's kind of like the last human, I don't know, mechanical part about the phone, because everything else since has just been technology working on behalf of us. But sometimes, just like when you open up a toolbox, you want to have a latch that opens, that tells you that you know what you're looking for, or at least you're on your way. And back to where that fork in the road of technology, I'm now of the opinion that these so-called smartphones have become so technologically complicated, password encrypted, sensitive files overload, and needless rewrites, especially with the cloud. I call it iCloudiness. That I think that fork in the road should be gotten back to the point where you have your music collection, MP3s. It's your own collection. It's like going into your living room, and it never changes. You can take away, or you can add to it, and it's your own. And it comes with cover flow, which was the major selling feature on January 20th, 2007. The ability to flip through and see the album covers was astounding. It was phenomenal. And just a website-based Safari service, internet provider. No, you won't be able to take an Uber anymore. You might not be able to get texts anymore to prove who you are to a corporation whose ownership you have no idea is. And as for what else this phone is worth, well, why not have your own data bank that provides your own voicemails and those that others have given you that you can reach at your own time, at your own leisure? Because now think of this, I pay 120 Canadian times 12 months is 1,450 a year. 1,450 after taxes. It's about 10 days of work. Maybe even 20. Yeah, I'd give that a 20 on today's wages. 20 days just to keep a phone number that's recognized by the CRTC, various federal agencies, Bell, Rogers, just like AT&T or Orange in France, or whatever ones they have out in Britain here. What if you could, and would you trust this, the viewer of this awesome video, a mobile dumb phone in your hand that kept information related to you entirely in your hands, in your privacy, and one connected to the internet, but not the way the internet needs to be, the way the internet is, where a website is a website on a web page accessible by a monitor or a desktop. That, granted, doesn't look very good on an iPhone, but does the job just the same. Now on this phone, I've given this some thought. On this phone, while walking this trail, eating away at my own battery, I think that batteries should go to the way that they were before the iPhone showed up. Batteries should be like Duracells or Energizers, or not AAA or AA or anything like that, but an actual USB interconnected to the hardware of the phone, which of course would include a screen and the touch, whatever the thumb thing. Yeah. So no iCloud. Basically, it would be like old Mac technology from the 1980s, where it was user-friendly. You owned it. You could look at it and take it apart. You learned something. And the batteries, you could have multiple batteries and not have to stop in pubs along the Cotswolds Way just for the sake of a battery. But who am I kidding? I'm definitely at those pubs for Cascade. I'm not sure if that was Cleve Hill or if I'm still on the way there. It's all downhill, and we're going through some cut wood trees. The lumber in the back, or the chainsaw in the background. I'm sure that the stewards on these ways, they have to come back, travel once a year at least, just to make sure that things are copacetic and tidy and accessible. All right, that forest is done. Long hedge. Private road. This is on the map as being a Cotswold camping place. It's closed, as it says on Google. The road is not far away, or the rest of the Cotswolds Way. I'm just gonna sit here. They got locks in the door. I'm just gonna sit here and wait this rain out. It could be a couple hours. This is just what I did in the horse shed yesterday. And I had a tarp, I still have it, and my blanket. I'm not gonna put it out here, but I got a tarp and a blanket, and I slept on the tarp with the blanket, keeping me halfway warm. Wore double pants last night in the horse shed, making sure I didn't sleep in horse shit. My mistake, I was there for about 40 minutes, done with waiting. That's actually a horse stable for these guys under the tree. I don't know why they're not allowed there. Cleve Common. Welcome to Cleve Common. And how did I get here? Winchcombe to Cleve Hill. Well, I got here using the Cotswolds Way, which took 5.6 miles, according to this, which I'll read right now. The National Trail leaves Winchcombe through the Sudeley Estate, climbing steadily along field paths up the ancient Neolithic long barrow of Bellis Knapp. I was right about the Neolithic. The route then follows a path steeply through Breakheart Plantation, which I always thought was Breakfast Plantation. I was so hungry when I was reading it. Past Post Slip Hall before climbing again to the what you're looking at here, the Golf Club House at Cleve Hill. Section has a 1,000 IM high. Well, there. And that's just basically the starts of Cheltenham, where I got a room tonight. And this is going to take me to a nice bed at the end of the next 4 miles to Cheltenham. Birthplace of the Rolling Stones founder, Brian Jones, whom Keith Richards in his book Life stated that basically the Rolling Stones are still Brian Jones' band. Very nice of him. Leaving the golf course where I managed to charge a little bit. Let's see how for that zoom. Let's see if that focuses in very well. Well, the shortcut is to just walk there from the golf course. And if I can find a quick route after this, taking a bit more of the Cotswolds Way, I will take the next shortcut down. Maybe I should just turn around. I don't think I'm going to do, because I missed some already today. Well, I'll cut this wind out. Scratch that last part. I am walking right into town from the golf course. I look at the map, and to go any further would take me away from a decent night's sleep, my first shower in 4 days, and visiting the gravesite tomorrow of Brian Jones. And so that just means that tomorrow I'll wake up probably later, and I won't be too far tomorrow, but I'll start again from the golf course here. This is walking into Cheltenham. Super purple trees. So I took it to the shoes here. I took a butter knife, and cut off the wooden heels. This should get me back up to the woods at least. I'm gonna take a bus there. This thing screwed up my electricity. I forgot about how sensitive electricity is in England. Ugh, can't even speak right now. I need a coffee. I haven't drank any water. So I had the bed for the night. That was really nice. And I'm gonna go see Brian Jones' grave today. And then head back up to the golf course and go. Well, I found a way to charge it through the power bank onto the phone, and this gives me a chance to show what backyards look like in Cheltenham. This backyard is quite the jungle. It reminds me of like a mini Cotswolds nature forest that I was walking through. It's kind of pretty in the sense that it's just so lush, full of foliage. And what have I got here? I have had my coffee. I did not do any laundry. I fell asleep. I slept for 14 hours last night. So I'm just gonna recharge the phone all the way. This is my homework for the Brian Jones tour here. Born in 42. There's a couple places that I can walk to around here and take videos of his plaque. His burial place is by Holy Trinity Church. I'll be taking a bus and then walking, and then from the church, from his burial place in the cemetery, I've figured out how to get to the church, or actually to the golf course, to the Cleeve Hill to Downsend walk. I'll be starting that again, so that's another 5.5 miles, and this gives me a chance to get rid of the paper and read what's coming up. Heading south from Cleeve Hill, you are now at the highest part of the entire trail. The route continues across Cleeve Common with extensive views over Cheltenham and far beyond. The Cotswolds Way then passes through Bill Smiley's Butterfly Reserve. I'll take some videos of butterflies. And onto quiet lanes before starting the descent through Dowdswell Wood to the reservoir, one of the few places where the native white-clawed crayfish can be found. Crawfish, crayfish. There are only 325, 199 meters of ascent and 604, 249 meters of descent on this section. So that's coming up next. To give you, if anybody's watching this and if there's any indication as to how far I have to go, I have one more page. So I've got 3 pages to finish, actually only 2.5. And on this road so far, I'm at Cleeve Hill, and I'm hoping to get to at least between these two, or maybe all the way there today, starting at around noon, giving me like 8 or 7 hours. And then tomorrow, I don't know, I want to get there. That'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, run to Sunday, Monday.
The other way around, he's got nothing to do, and you are, he comes out.
Yeah. The other queen, I did the same as well. Yeah.
All right then. Out of the big city into the windy woods. Going back to the golf course. I'm going to start exactly where I finished off yesterday. These feel so much better without the wooden heels. All the absorption goes right into the shoe, and there's nothing coming back to the nerves at the bottom of the feet. This totally changes the trajectory of the next however long. Definitely going to Cheltenham, even though it took 24 hours, but because I did see Brian Jones' grave and paid my respects. I saw one of the houses that he lived in when he grew up here. I was able to also completely change the physical, I guess, health aspect of this trip. I didn't have to buy a brand new pair of boots or hiking shoes. And for the sake of using a butter knife to peel off those wooden clog-like bottoms of the heels, which were just like hammer rough, tough, and ruining every single step, I I think I can make this with these shoes and also going barefoot on the grass. So I'm on cloud 9 right now. I'm looking forward to the rest of the night. So again, back at the golf course, and thanks to the transit system here, £2 per, I was able to take a bus from here to the hotel. That was a 6-mile trip, and then coming back I took 2 buses, one to the cemetery and one, that is some bad contrast, one to, I'll just ride this out. You're gonna see how well this looks once I'm past this darkened little valley here, and one trip up. So for £6 I saved about 10 miles of up and down, pretty steep grade elevation from way up here all the way to where the Chelt River meets the ocean. There. Wasn't that worth it? Okay. Yes. Check for sheep. And back on trail. Video vlog that this is the highest of the Cotswolds Way. Golf courses are basically picturesque in their own right, but this, on top of the highest peak of the Cotswolds, is extra pretty. Prestbury Hill Reserve. This is the butterfly conservation that I read about early on. And to the side of it is thankfully another sign. Someone up the hill behind me had written to take this route, otherwise I could have gotten lost. This is where a lot of signage is. Follow the yellow or the blue. And again, without those heels, damn, this is so much easier. So much easier. I feel good. is the butterfly menu, or the butterfly meadow. I saw a deer, and it's just still above the ridge over Cheltenham, following the yellow. Battery's gonna run out again. Run out. What? That's why you look around. I don't think there's a camera in the world that can do this justice. There's been about a half a mile of road to cover, and anyways, keep on going. That was more like a mile of asphalt. Still coming around and cornering Cheltenham. Wonderful scenery. Had to ask some people if this was the right way, and I'm still not sure. All right, that is Dozwell, where a very nice Indian cuisine restaurant, fancy as anything, and I paid for it. I used the bathroom, charged the phone, got some water, and satisfied my stomach for the evening. It's about 7:30, maybe 2 or 3 hours of daylight, and that area, which I didn't have on video, was incredibly beautiful. There are some places that are not going to make the phone, and I'm kind of happy with that because it's good to keep some memories and not have to share everything. And the original idea of coming here was to actually share everything, to create like a 120 or 150 hour long movie, or forever, however long this takes. And I'm kind of glad that that I'm not doing that. For one thing, the power bank battery to bring for that and to have to charge it all the time would take away from the actual walking. Charging a phone, I've got two of them. I've got the iPhone 4, a power bank, and this, and charging up all of that separate or even at the same time could take up to 2 to 5 hours to get a full charge. Right now, I've only got a quarter charge on this phone from sitting down for dinner, and that's fine. Wonderful. Well, there's 3 options here. I'm guessing it's the yellow arrow there. That doesn't say it. That arrow does. Okay. And with the energy from the food, that'll be nice to walk off. So this next stretch, Dowdswell to Leckhampton Hill, 4.7 miles, 7.6 kilometers. From Dowdswell, the Cotswold Way passes through Lineover Wood here, a semi-natural broad-leaved woodland, notable for its large-leaved lime trees. Limes are good. And magnificent heritage beech, spelled B-E-E-C-H, 2 E's. The route then climbs up Whistly Plantation and on over some farmland before descending to pass close to Seven Springs. Now this is what I found interesting. Believed by some to be the source of the Thames River. I like rivers. I like swimming in them. I like learning about them, finding their trajectory, where they're coming from. But I don't think I'm going to get to that. For two reasons. It's believed to be a source, so it might not be. Hasn't been checked. It's off path, and those are the two reasons. Ooh. The path then climbs again onto Charlton King's Common with its breathtaking, breath is being took right now, views across Cheltenham again and Severn Vale, and follows the escarpment onto Leckhampton Hill. Look out for the distinctive rock pillar known as Devil's Chimney. 900 feet, 275 meters ascent, 344, 105 meters descent. What I'm also going to look for, and this is something that I should have done my homework for, is a place where they're going to watch the game tonight. England versus Holland in the semifinals. Most of the time I'm not interested in soccer or football, except when it gets to this stage. I've seen World Cups, but only the last game. So watching the locals, and by that I mean the entire country, get behind the soccer lads, soccer, playing, and then one of those two are going to meet Spain in Germany where the action is going on. So it would be cool to hit a pub up on the way. Now, I started to add up the ascents just on a real easy basis. And I think there's probably 12,000 feet of ascent combined in total from Chipping Camden to Bath. Probably more because I rounded down. Yeah, so 12,000, that's a third of, is that a third? I think that's a third of Mount Everest. It's twice the size of Mount Curry, which is 6,600 feet. Yeah, so it's like going up Grouse from sea level North Vancouver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going up 3 times and coming down 3 times. And of course the 105, 102 mile length of this route. Well, that about does it for this segment of video. See ya on the flip side. Flip side. Bye, Cheltenham. Just 20 feet from that last gate. I gotta say, I'm happy that it didn't rain today. My shoes have zero traction. They're much more comfortable, but again, zero traction. So this is what I'm trying to avoid. Just walking wide on each side, left, right. I do not want to slip, and I don't want to get my feet gunked up. Gotta keep going. Tough jungle. But seeing one of these in what feels like the middle of nowhere, like this sort of scenery I could find anywhere in Vancouver or the lower parts of British Columbia. This is kind of like the Oregon coast, really. Seeing that little Cotswold sign is very reassuring, just in case there's a slight error, a kilometer or so ago. You never know. And see, just like that, I could have passed it. I don't think that's the Cotswolds. This looks like the Cotswolds. So, coming into an ancient woodland haven, and also seeing another sign makes for a splendid evening. Goodbye, Cheltenham, for the third or fourth time. Okay, so after that ascent, now I take the descent, which doesn't necessarily mean things are easier. I did look for some tree sticks, but they all seem so weak or under decay, and I'm not going to snap off a branch because I didn't want to pack walking sticks on this trip. They wouldn't fit in the luggage. So yeah, guaranteed, with airfare being the way that they are, airlines, bringing walking sticks is like a $50 immediate charge. So find sticks along the way or buy a pair somewhere. I mean, there are charity shops. I bought my 3 pairs of socks today for £3 at a charity shop. And they would help, I think, for the combined 12,000 feet of ascent, and the same for the descent. Going up, coming down. So coming up and now, going up. And I did a hiking trail one time, and I had no idea what I was getting into. Someone else was supposed to do all the planning, and this was going to take us into Tibet. So for the majority of the other trip, for this trip, which included going to Tibet, I had figured out how to get us from Vancouver to Japan, Korea, China, and then Nepal, India, the London, and then we were going to go to, we were actually going to walk this trail. Now on that trip, the partner's idea or responsibility was to prepare us for walking around the birthplace of Krishna, Mount Kailash in northern China. And thankfully, I had just figured out what was needed before while we were there. Once we had got to Lhasa, I am slipping here. Woo! Little tree branch, come on. Thank you. once we got to Lhasa, I realized what we're up with, because I had spoken to the guide. We had a hired guide, and we were traveling with we had 4 Russians, 3 from Crimea and 1 from Russia, or 1 might have been from Ukraine, but they were more to the east. And from them, I learned that I needed to get me and my partner some sleeping bags and walking sticks. So that's what I did in Lhasa. And this tells me that if you're ever going to go traveling on a route like this and want to make it easier on your hips, which I kid you not, today is the first day in my life I ever heard my hips crack. Just a little knock. It's just the body getting used to a different type of walking. It's not good to always change shoes on the feet. The feet like routine, and they want to know that they're wearing the same shoes that they were yesterday and the same ones tomorrow, and they like getting used to whatever encompasses them. So that walking with some sticks right now, and for the next, I guess, 80 miles, yeah, maybe I will go to a charity shop. I'm guessing this is all nuclear. And I know that's Cheltenham. Bye, Cheltenham. And let me see, made it from there today, that ridge, maybe a little further north, but I think that ridge, yeah, that's where I was at the golf course. Yes, still Cheltenham, but one more. So I'm learning that you have to watch out for rocks if you're going to go bare feet. And that means that you have to look on the ground a bit more. But that's fine. Every once in a while you can look up and see scenery like this. Incredible. That looks like a cute little town coming up. Could that be Leckhampton? Is there a soccer match being played at one of those pubs? Does it even have a pub? Does it even have a grocery store? Is it nothing more than people living in houses who get their groceries and go to pubs elsewhere? Leckhampton, let's find out. Even if this is the final leg of this journey. So, do I keep going? I think Bird Lip is the next place. Sounds cool. Birds don't have lips. Cheltenham, 4 miles that way. Bird Lip, 3.5 that way. So let's take the long walking and let's go 6 miles out of the way to get to Bird Lip. Leckhampton did not work. I got the name wrong, but I don't even know what is the name. Yeah, I got it right. Leckhampton. If that was it, it was bypassed by this road. This road had barely any indication. I'm thinking that Lake Captain, because there's still some way to go on that estimated 4.7 miles. I mean, it's only been an hour and a half. I'm not that fast of a walker. I'm barely walking fast, barely walking medium speed. So it's about 9 o'clock in the evening. The bar on the phone is still green. No, it just went 20% right now. And I wouldn't mind waking up with some energy in the phone and also energy in my body. And I think that, finding a nice tree. There are flies and mosquitoes, or like mosquito-like flies out, and I do think they are blood suckers. What I'm looking for, not on a trail like this, but on farming land, like the one that I saw a couple nights ago, that awesome red tree. I would like to find, because it's not going to rain. If it does, it'll be light. I just want a fat tree to lay my head upon its roots and use the roots as a pillow and snuggle up with the dirt. That's all. And then wake up again with the sun, or before the sun actually, tomorrow. I find that the chance of getting caught sleeping on a farmland is inspiring enough to, or warrants getting up before the farmer does. Oh yeah, I've just been walking for all night. I didn't sleep on your property or anything. Oh no, not at all. So that's what I'm looking for, and I hope that comes up either before, near, or after Leckhampton. Okay, it is dark in this place. One of the books that inspired me on this trip was a book called The Scariest Places in England, or in the UK, in British Isles, that's what. Yeah, I found that at a hotel. The hotel, I don't remember, the Broughton, I think it was, in the West End of Vancouver, and I found this book. And me and my girlfriend at the time, Rebecca, she and I were gonna walk this trip, and she's still into the spooky stuff. So, and me too, we were gonna check out the inns. Well, I found out that the spookiest inn in England is actually on this route. It's the Red Lion at Wootton Under Edge, or Watton Under Edge. So I will check that out when I'm there. I have been to Watton Under Edge, but I stayed at my first Airbnb that night instead. And I think that given the opportunity and a full night's stay, I would chance the Red Lion, if only for a cask ale. But yeah, I want to check that out, and I will go into the Red Lion when I'm at Watton Under Edge, which I think is about 3 or 4 days from now. But in all reality, the one thing to look out for here are adders. Now, when I think of an adder, I can only think of that television series, The Black Adder, that I never watched, that had Mr. Bean in it. But an adder, of course, is a snake. And I guess it's a poisonous one, because it's said to look out for them. And just like any other snake, Don't harass it. Don't try and step on it. Avoid it, really. That's all. Look out for the adders and the ghosts. But they're kind of the same in that sense. They just want to be left alone. Unless those ghosts left this world in a unfortunate way. And then sometimes they just take it out in reality. Good night, Cheltenham. I found where I'm sleeping tonight. If there's no thorns underneath that tree. It's not as wide and branch as I would like, and it's kind of off a path here. Hopefully people don't walk by it. But again, I'll be out 4:30, maybe 5. I just need to call it. Cha-cha-cha, get up here. This should be the last bit of, there's a walking path to it. Come on, up. A little damp, sure. And there are there's definitely some sort of thorns in this patch, which I can handle with the tarp underneath. Wind's coming that way, so I want to be on this side of the tree, which means that's my view in the morning. Good night. One more thing, this is what sleeping under a tree, dressed in all your clothes, wearing with a blanket on top and a tarp underneath, with my shoes at the corner, looks like. Ooh, it's 6 a.m. and 10% left on this phone. Waking up to the sunshine. This is gonna be, weather-wise, a nice day. Look at that. And good morning, Cheltenham. Not that bad of a tree to sleep under at all. Slugs and beetles keeping me company. Shook them off when I shook the tarp. That tarp is really nice, and it's light. What it does is that it absorbs as much of the dew as possible, and so that dew did not get onto the blanket. How do I get back? Well, England won 2-1 last night. And a couple dogs came my way, down to 10% on this battery. So Hampton is the next one, and I just got to keep walking towards it. And yeah, nary a cloud except by the ocean there. But this is the sunniest day so far. In the week, or the 5 days I've been here. From that cliff-like place, that's a possibility. So could be that one as well there. Why not try that one? But hey, this is the Cotswolds Way. When in doubt, look about. and go back to the blue one, to the blue arrow. Okay, that's one better say, the blue arrow. Welcome to Leckhampton Hill. What does that say? Birdlip 5K that way. All right, again, yes, gentlemen. Leckhampton Hill to Birdlip, 5.5 miles, 9K. After leaving Leckhampton Hill, the National Trail follows quiet tracks, lanes, and paths into Crickley Hill Country Park with its excellent viewpoints and information about the archaeological finds that indicate many periods of occupation. I learned just recently that the Hunabi tribe lived here 2,000 years ago. The trail then crosses the undulating grassland of Barrow Wake before heading into woodland to emerge at Birdlip. That's the adder. So those are the many butterflies. Some of the wildlife here in Crickley Hill. And lots of archaeology. Britain's first, and some of Britain's first ever battles on the land noted in history were here up to about 5,000 years ago. Sorry, and then from here, there's something of a map. Birdlip is about 2.5 kilometers away, and it's all downhill. And that's it. Headed there to Birdlip, and I'll get some grub breakfast there. If you like animals, birds, trees, wildlife, mushrooms, you are welcome to come to Little Cotswolds Walks and even stop in Stroud for the pub walks. It's very beautiful country here. It says please help yourself, so maybe that's what I'll do. Well, that place was an unexpected oasis. Charged my phone to 50%, had a decent breakfast, coffee, and there's the trail behind me. And now, I don't know what town that is, but I'm going to Birdlip, which is that way. I've learned that that little spot at the top of that mountain that's May Hill. Here is Chosen Hill. And I'll forget all of this eventually, within a mile from here. But at this place called Crickley Hill, they do have a lot of information for the ignorant traveler who just wants to look at picturesque beauty. There's quite some history here as well in terms of old Neolithic caveman, pre-Iron Age people. Maze Hill again, or Maze Tower. The Chosen Hill. Nice, is that a mansion on there? Well chosen. Prickly, beautiful little things. Purple flowers, dandelions, patches. Wonderful. So yeah, 4,500 years of settlement and worship. Guy with an arrow. Some farmer. Guy with this, he's playing Quidditch. Farming stuff. And I'm hoping that I didn't get off the road here. Oh, okay, cool. I've never seen anything like that before. You have to be there with the background. You're able to imagine where the houses were, where the lodgings are. There's some very early Tudor over here at Crickley Hill. That ridge should show up well because it's lit and the foreground's dark. Again, I'm still at that little habitat where people lived thousands of years ago, dying for this view. So leaving Crickley, there were two forks. There was a fork in the road, but I think because it was a park, I was bound to wind up here anyways at Cotswolds. And I'm happy to see that I made the right choice. Let me see. Wow. Lots of construction coming up. I'm guessing those are roads, and this is going to be houses one day. I can't see why they're putting in all those new roads for any other reason. These fences are cool. They're not just historic. They're being made on a real-time now basis. The local limestone. I don't know why they do it still. It takes a lot of work to put those up. I mean, they've heard of chain link fences by now. But, you know, China's still eating chopsticks, and like Jerry Seinfeld said, you know, they've seen the spoon, they've seen the fork. The UK, oh, we've seen the chain link fences. Boys, get those stones, get back to the quarry. Must keep with tradition. More fences, more borders. The more the country looks like a checkerboard from a airplane 20,000 feet up in the air, the happier we will all be. We will take pictures from the air and put them on Instagram. Oh, look at the countryside of Britain. What is going on here? London is making its way to the Cotswolds. I'd like to know what the word Cotswolds means. I know what Paris means. Paris is Parigi. Which is the name attributed to the people who live there. The name was given to them by the Romans, or it might have been themselves, but Parigi were the people who lived there in pre-Roman times. When the Romans conquered Paris, they called it Lutece for a while. Not a lot of lakes. I haven't seen a single lake here. Vancouver comes from, of course, George Vancouver, captain. So well traveled, he has another city named after him in Washington State, down south, or south of Vancouver, Canada. Well, Vancouver, to my knowledge, means ducks crossing. I mean, it's Old Dutch, right? Because it's Vancouver. That's what I read somewhere. So bird lip, I looked into it. How did I look into it without LTE, cell phone, 5G, or cell service, or even Wi-Fi? I pre-downloaded, before I came here, maps.me, which when it first opened, when it was first an app, it was free. You could download as many maps as you wanted. Now, 10 or 12 years later, you're allowed 10 free maps. Now these maps are basically the size of a 20 kilometers by 20, maybe more. So I downloaded the north part of Cotswolds, the south, and the middle for free. And what that allowed me to do was, when I was charging my phone at Crixley Hill, to look at what is offered in bird lip. In bird lip, I did not want to be a very small village of only 10 houses and a church. Thankfully, it's more than that, or it offers more than that. I wouldn't mind some of those co-op apples again. Is that it? Yep. Come on. I swear there must be about 20 different types of what they're called styles, S-T-I-L-E-S, and gates. I've seen so many different types of locking mechanisms. It keeps it interesting. So yeah, some apples. Breakfast was filling enough, but I'm definitely cask ale on my way. Bird Lip has I think definitely has that in store. They've got stores, they have a railway station. So it's the third place on this map, or on this trip so far, that's actually on the map, on the route, that offers provisions, necessary provisions, like a bathroom, charging station. Oh, that's so nice. It's just soft and easy breezy. If I write that letter to the wardens of this wonderful route, I'm gonna ask them what they think of having like solar panels every 10 kilometers, and that would act as a charging station with maybe a tiny bit of shelter. And also at the charging station could be the length of time to the next place, or the distance to the next place. Oh, I can hear the titans of industry not far away. This kind of reminds me of Stanley Park, where the city of Vancouver authorized themselves to chop down 160,000 trees. Incredible. But yeah, I'll be walking through this here, going that way towards that gate, and then on to Bird Lip. So I'll just leave it here. There's nothing really to see except all that yuckery coming up. So this is what it was, where I've been walking. Thankfully they still kept the 1970 version. And now, going through the Cotswolds involves walking through this to that sign over there. Yeah. Bet you anything they didn't look like this 53 years ago. Wow. Oh well. Progress. Oxford, Cheltenham, Gloucester, Cheltenham. Bird Lip. Yes, I do remember being cut off the undulating grassland of Barrow Wake, starting here, before heading into woodland to emerge at Bird Lip. You ascend and descend almost the same amount, 425 feet. And then after that, for 8.6, 14 kilometers is Bird Lip to Painswick, which is going to be pain. It's nice looking ahead, even if it's only 500 meters, to know you're going to be on that cute little trail, that little 10 centimeter wide bit of pathway. And on not too steep of a grade either. Chosen Hill again. That is a major freeway coming through here, and I imagine that's going to be a strip mall, a British style strip mall, like residential with a gas co-op. Not a lot of parking restaurants here. Mostly things are geared towards or designed for just local walking. Like there's no drive-throughs for one thing, which is great. Come on, fucking people. Do better than that. I'll pick it up. And that's just ridiculous. McDonald's. Huh. Oops. By pouring out that McDonald's cup, I may have disturbed the ecological diversity of this natural area. And I think, though, some of these ravens are going to have a nice little lunch. So today's Thursday, and I just asked a passerby what day the final is. England versus Spain, that's on Sunday. I'm hoping to be at Watton-under-Edge by that day. And but regardless of where I am, I'm not going to go too far out of my way to watch it. But if I happen to be in a town or a village that has a pub, specifically the Red Lion at Watton-under-Edge, I will definitely make that part of my evening. Still got the cup, still not at bird lip. This is a very long 5.7 miles. Started at 6, it's probably 10 by now. So I'm only making like a mile and a half per hour, if that. Now, of course, I've taken some timeouts, and not everything's being put towards video during those breathtaking performances of Earth. The visual aspects of this are extraordinary. It's comparable to parts of Hawaii. I was at the Rickley Cafe, or at the Rickley Hill. I've probably forgotten the name of it, Crickley Hill. And I could have sworn that I was in like the south side of Maui or off of Kahului Trail or something. But this, if it reminds me, this little trail right here, if it reminds me of anywhere, I want to say Central Park maybe. Without the 8 million people. Shoes are working, doing me fine. I found the perfect insole, which is the extra socks that I have, which are the extra socks. And I just folded the socks up into 3, one underneath each sole. And wow, what a bridge to freedom that is. Feels so much better. It also helps to be walking on dirt. The greatest absorption of humanity. Our feet upon this world. I remember in Stanley Park, if you go off trail, you can find earth, you can walk on earth that feels like it actually bounces you back up. Like it's like a spring. Dirt-loaded spring. Earth force, and oh, it was so nice. This is comparable to that. Step lightly. I've seen this in Vancouver too, where the branches are laid up against a single tree by Jericho Beach. Okay, malfunction. At the trail heading where I just came down from, it read, next stop, something. It said next stop, Cooper's Hill. Now, on this, it says Bird's Lip to Painswick. From Bird Lip, the trail passes through magnificent semi-natural beech woodlands onto Cooper's Hill. So I get the feeling, I'm at the mercy of what other people read or wrote as a map. I get the feeling that I might not even get to Bird Lip, that little town with the grocery store and the bar and the pub and that, or even a place to stay for the night. And I'm down to my 10% on this. So I'll just read this out because it looks like I'm going to Painswick. Cooper's Hill, the site of the annual cheese rolling event. An annual event held, you said that twice, the Springbank Holiday Monday. The route then emerges onto the common land and golf course. Well, I'll have some electricity at the golf course at Painswick Beacon, where the ramparts of the Iron Age hill fort can be clearly seen. The section then ends in the picturesque town of Painswick. Okay, well, that is a town. Finally, the midpoint of the Cotswolds Way. So that's halfway there. If I can get there in the next 14 kilometers, according to this reading, and the Cotswolds Way with its famous Rococo garden. You descend twice as far as you climb on this section, with 590 feet up and 1066 feet down. Yeah, so let's see what happens here. And I wonder if people who wrote that map actually ever even walked this, or they're just transcribing from other people's works. Yeah, all right. So that's that. Clearly some civiculture is being done here. Doesn't help. That's a first. So I'm in this logging clearing here, coming from there. And looks like there's some construction up there. Ooh, what do we got? That's hard to see. But yeah, just keep going. Bath after Painswick is halfway there. And according to that right and wrong piece of paper, more right than wrong. It's just wrong of me to think that they're going to include food and groceries and all the other stuff I was looking forward to. After Painswick, it's halfway. Today is Thursday, so minus that day in Cheltenham with the hotel room, this could be an only a 6, maybe even 5 day walk. 12-hour, maybe 14-hour days in daylight. Something else. So I did give it some thought because there were 2 chances to have a friend on this trip. First of all, that partner whom I went around the world with. And then my buddy of a long time, Ross, his sister got married this weekend. So congrats to, I think her name is Lorraine, maybe. Anyways, I invited him, and about a week or 2 weeks later, he regrettably couldn't come on this trip. So 2 people, you know, you'd have to really bring into account what favors the trip when bringing on someone else, or which could take away from the trip in terms of, I don't know, just getting along really, or being able to adapt to each other's level of comfort. Now, what I would have liked to have had would be a girlfriend, and Rebecca, that was she, and also the partner around the world, that was another one. No, not a girlfriend, but we hubba. Let's say the partner would have a tent, or I would carry the tent, she could carry the sleeping bag, we would both have walking sticks, and that would make the luggage or the weight all the less, like halving the weight, which in my particular circumstance here is next to nothing. It's probably 15, maybe 20 pounds tops. The tarp, the 2 changes of clothes. I stink, I know that. And I haven't had a shower since Cheltenham, which means I've only had 2 since I left Vancouver, or actually 1 since I left Vancouver. I had one before I got on the plane. So yes, the drawbacks, if you consider it a drawback, to reek of oneself after 6 days on the road, sleeping outside in horse sheds, waking up in cold sweats. So if that's a drawback, then I would suggest taking a tour guide and walking with nothing on your back and having a nice, lovely hotel room, Airbnb inn waiting for you at the end of your 12 hours, and make this only a 5 to 6 day trip, all inclusive. Now, I've walked backwards from that clearing down there. It's a good thing to do once in a while. Why? Because it flexes and brings out other muscles. Because going uphill, just knees forward, can break the knees or add too much pressure. But going backwards uphill seems to just use the calves and the forward thighs. I'm sure it looks strange to the people behind me. Look at how tall that wall is. Smells like onions here. This is the English equivalent to a logging road. Views are nil. And however, the sun does cut through the trees now a little bit better. And if this was a dark area right before with nothing, at least there's more walking space, albeit a muddier route of it. It's a thick way here for the feet, but they keep going. I looked at a very good map, probably too well detailed, and it was cast in plastic. I forget the name of that. And you know, back to the format here, just keep going, you know, follow that yellow arrow. I'm guessing, where's the finger here? That's Broadway, those mountains there. That would have been a golf course. There's Wickley's Hill, right there. There's the highway that I saw 2 hours ago. And here's the forest that I'm walking through, which takes me back to the Cotswolds Way to the right, onto the logging road. So ends that long forest, from which I found a garbage bag to carry other people's garbage, and I was gifted a stick. So, how long will I keep this stick? Hopefully longer than other people's garbage. Beautiful country lanes here. I think this begins the descent into an actual village town. And won't that be nice? Yes, it will. This is the land of Land Rovers. I've seen more Land Rovers here than I've ever seen in my entire life. Probably 20 in the last 2-3 days. One small error on a map doesn't look like much because it's barely a millimeter. But if you walk all the way down a road and have to turn up because you don't want to walk down a highway to a golf course for about that golf course? Well, I knew Painswick, I had a feeling that it was going to live up to its name, the prefix of it. And getting from that Cooper's Hill where they roll down cheese every year, excuse me, to here, it was a pain. It wasn't just me who was lost. There were others as well. One guy in particular who didn't concentrate very well on the words that I was telling him. I wound up seeing him twice, and he, lost a good mile, I guess, maybe 2 miles of his time distance. I lost a mile, maybe more. Anyways, at the end of the day, I did get to the golf course, and there are cows on this golf course. There are balls flying everywhere. This is the one voluntary diversion so far, there might be more, away from the course for my health. I don't like the idea of getting hit in the head, even though I do have travel insurance for this trip. I did make it again to the golf course after about 2.5 hours of going through the woods. Had 3 wonderful cask ales, and that was great. Charged the phone up to like 40, 50, maybe even 60%. I don't want to talk through the entire what I have here. Here, let's look at this here. Check, watch, right here. I've had a couple in me. Okay, watch. Richard Hines. Richard Hines, a solid bloke, like this bench, made of oak. 50 to 2013. Well, I'll do the numbers. That's 72 years. Richard Blake, hanging out in Painswick. Well, I thought of hanging out in this town for one night. I looked at the only, that's enough of me looking, come here. There, that's better. There should be like an immediate button on the phone or when you're doing camera to go flip side from selfie to selfless. And I was, again, back to what I was stating or saying there. Bleh. Oh, those are magpies there. I don't see magpies in British Columbia, where I'm from, in Vancouver. They are in Kelowna in the Okanagan area, but again, very rare. So, walking through a golf course that had cows on it, and Cotswold walkers, local walkers, just doing their out and about with a hike, and golfers all at the same place. It was like a strange meeting place, like a combustion of all these ideas of trying to make the most of what people consider green. I do not consider golf courses green. Even though they're painted in all that water, it takes tons of swimming pools to keep that course green for something that might not even be used at all. I've never liked golf courses for that reason. Now what comes naturally, that's something else. You gotta love that. We're made of that. Then, back to the other. I was looking for a place, and the only place here is called the Falcon Hotel in Painswick, and I swear it was 123 pounds or $160 Canadian before taxes, $207 for the night. And that tells me what it should tell you. I'm just walking through Painswick. If they have a grocery store, I'm getting some apples. I'm getting some beers. If they got a pub, I will get a beer here. But really, I'm already over the edge, because the edge is this tiny little place somewhere between here and King Stanley, or Stanley King. And I'm happy that I'm halfway through, distance-wise, this Cotswolds Way. It seems like the majority of the walking's on the northern part. And then once I get to Dursley, I will be seeing stuff I've already seen before. That's so cute. A lot of people and their dogs here. So, that's it. I might take a little view or a video of the city or town, village, square that Painswick is, but I am not staying here for the night. And that sound you hear, that's the stick of justice for my feet, because this has really helped for both left and right. Seemed like today the right was vying for the most attention, when usually it's the left. And this stick on either side has helped both the soles and whatever tendons are not used to, ligaments are not used to this much stress upon it. So yeah, one stick really helped. So not 5 steps from where that last thinking about my stick was talked about, Cotswolds Way, that's where I start again. And I swear that diversion to the golf club was only 40 meters off, and going back up and then coming back down this trail was not worth getting hit in the head by bouncing balls and fucking no. Choose right. You're always right with Autolite. 20 steps later, we got the new version of wood here, which is much different than the 1970s version. It's not covered with ivy, different font, and then there's also the extra scribble there stating the obvious, I think, that we're going downhill. I do hope that this downhill progression leads me to at least like one grocery store and maybe one pub. The grocery store is more important. I expect to keep on walking. It's only 18 o'clock, so it's 6. There's 3, maybe 3.5 hours of daylight, and I can get quite far with that. For 2 reasons I can get further. Because my feet feel better. I got the walking stick, and I got the beer for power. And what else? Oh yeah, just thinking that I'll be able to sleep somewhere on the hills in a place I haven't known, and I'm more than halfway, waking up more than halfway done, means that everything tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is going to be like cleanup time. I'm not saying it's going to be a breeze, but it's going to be much easier than walking through the last 4 days in some sort of ignorance of what to expect. The ignorance being attributed to not knowing where I can eat. I counted it, and I've 57, maybe 53 miles, 52 miles so far. Now, usually if you walk 52 miles, 80 kilometers on a day-to-day basis, 20 kilometers per day, you're going to come across a lot of grocery stores. You're going to find some pubs. You're going to be able to charge your phone. You can get a coffee. You can refill your water bottle. Here, on a one-way basis, without going out of your way, 3 kilometers or 2.3 miles, wherever, having to take a bus uphill and downhill to a larger town. The Cotswold walker is stuck with the only choice to eat being two grocery stores so far, 2 golf clubs, and maybe 3 restaurants. And all of those places thankfully charged my phone, so I can go on and on how hard life is. Now, this is what I was missing here. The Rococo Garden. Is it really all that interesting, or do I want to stay on the Cotswolds Way? Painswick Rococo Garden, a place I've never heard of until yesterday, with a view from its gates at the Painswick House. The stables open from 10 until an hour ago. I think that's Rococo enough for me. And back to that corner starts my resurgence upon Cotswolds Way. Any diversion from the Cotswolds Way reminds me of one of my favorite lines off of Apocalypse Now. Don't get off the boat. Stay on the boat. Don't get off the boat. It's when Chef, he gets scared by a tiger and he runs back onto the boat. It's like, stay on the boat. Don't get off the boat. That's the way it is with this. As soon as you diverge from those yellow arrows or those blue arrows and the indications like that, the new versions or the old versions, you are on a little trip inside of a trip, when really the main emphasis is to get to Bath, to finish the Cotswolds Way. That is the way. The way is to finish, to do it. By which way? Well, by staying on the path. Unless you want to see Brian Jones' cemetery in Cheltenham. Otherwise, why would you? See some cheese rolling down a hill. Check out a quarry. I don't know. Stay on the way. It's the way to go. Way. One very old wood-based Tudor house in a place full of very old stone-based housing here. Cheltenham Road, there's Gloucester Road. It's cool to see that the roads are nothing more than directions to where you want to go if you wanted to go to Gloucester or Cheltenham. There's a mansion on the hill. I'm just looking for some co-op food. This was the Falcon that I was talking about, and I'm looking at it and I think, it would be a nice night, but it's not worth the 100 and however many dollars or pounds that was wanted for just, a simple night's sleep. So with money saved, I wound up going to the Oak, a little bar I'd never heard of before and won't think of again. Awesome little cozy cavern downstairs. I think it was a split level. And that's something I wasn't expecting to see. It was like a Tudor parkade. That would make a good Starbucks drive-through right there. Let's get these going in these little towns. Get some Starbucks and Timmy's. Okay, so Edge Road, I'm taking it that that's got to be the Cotswolds Way because I know that Edge is the next place on the map. And I'm gonna double check on the iPhone Cotswolds Way app, one of the many I know of. Cool, huh? Can I take your order? Leaving Painswick is not the pain that I thought it would be. Well, you give a bloke like me 5 beers going within a couple hours, and yeah, there's no pain at all. Golly, hell yeah, right. So, with all those anglicisms, I say I'm gonna just keep on walking until I am bagged out tired. And after 4 days, I'm still not tired of looking at these fences and these trees and the architecture here. No matter how new or how old these facades may be, when somebody parks a Porsche in front of a place called the Hambut's house, it's enlightening. And it's not just because there's a bunch of light in front of me and this view. It just tells me that there's a different world. And Canada, as young as it is, stems from some of the traditions found here. So when is and where is the Brass House? I mean, I've got the Tesla ready. I can compare to most of these cars that I've seen. What I wouldn't mind having is a sweet little mansion that says Cotswold Way in front of it. Never mind that. I'd rather have a mansion in the south of France. What do I got on my backpack? Well, let's get on to what I had at the Oak. I am so close to finishing. I can't believe how close I am. The Oak gave me a lamb burger. Poor little lamb. I've seen a lot of them these days. I know I already knew they taste good. Oh, poor little lamb. Why you taste so good? Why you have to make the restaurant burn the barbecue wood? Oh, little lamb. Baby, black, white, or sheep. It's good to be in England where not leaving a tax or not leaving a tip doesn't make you feel cheap. And charged up at the golf course, plus here, making it to Stanley tomorrow, Stanley Cup. Reminds me of what I've left. I can't believe that Luongo got the cup. Incredible. Good for him. Eating macaroni out of it. If you want your team to win the cup, the only thing you have to do is just get a Canuck on it. That's all you have to do. Guaranteed. Look at the stats. Look at the last 10, maybe 15 years of Stanley Cup wins. I'd bet that half of those teams have a former Nuck on them. So, getting back to how did I get on the Knuckleheads? Stay on the Cotswolds. That's right. Never mind the Nucks. Get off the Canucks. Stay on the Cotswolds. All right, just after I said that, I declare that this is the thinnest part of the road so far, of the way. It's nothing more than like a bamboo curtain on one side and little straggly trees and ivy on one, and probably disturbing people with my voice at, what is this, 8 p.m. on a Thursday night. And I can see with my eyes, you can't see it with this video, but there's something to look forward to just 40 feet ahead of me. And it's not just the white arrow or the yellow arrow telling me I'm going in the right direction. I know it's coming. This is why I came here, one of the many reasons. Oh, ho, ho, ho. This is the goodbye and wonderful exit from Painswick. And this is what I kept on walking for. See the bunnies? Come on. I've got to walk to them to make them move. And I got to check out that sign just to be sure. Private, no entry. Okay. Respect is made. This is a perfect tree to sleep under, but guaranteed, because you're close to the city here. I am, not you, but you can imagine yourself walking in my shoes if you don't mind the uncomfortability-ness of that. And I'm trying to avoid that for you, myself as well. So we keep going here. And that tree would have been great to sleep under. I've got the beer, I got the beans, I bought an onion. What else? There's some refrigerated meat. And I just want to be able to satiate myself with a good view on this particularly nice night. This is the first blue sky night that I've had in 3 or 4 days. Oh yeah. So I remember reading from this thing that it goes downwards, so the view is going to be hard to achieve within the next couple hours or before that goes down. But yeah, I just want to have those little bit of grub and then get a decent night's sleep. Yesterday was not the best. It was just too cold with all that wind. Final goodbyes to the outskirts, the suburbs of Painswick. Not a single corporation there. Wonderful people at the Oak. Small family business run. Lamb burger was exceptional, but the fries, they were a little too thin. Salad would have been better, but whatever. I'll pay for it when I get back to Ubering. There's some tennis there. Did you get it? One more. Runs and do it. Oh, you lost. Here's a perfect example of why you gotta save the drinking for later on or after the walking. I had 2 choices, 1 or 2, and I was assured in my mind that they would be going towards the Cotswolds Way, and that I'd be walking up that ridge, and I'd be catching a sunset over those mountains or those hills, and everything was copacetic, 100% on board. But then I just turned to my left. And this is what I almost missed out on. And what a big difference that is. There's health. And then there's not so healthy with a bit of health. So if you're able to maintain the athletic disposability to, and now I have no idea where I'm going. That just says a public footpath. Maybe I was on the right direction there. I'm gonna take a look at that table and check it out. Now I may have been wrong about that. I think I am. A Guinness has never let me down. So what's letting me down is just my thinking that following signs is the only way. Maybe somebody drank too much Guinness and then put those signs in. And maybe someone, come on, isn't reading the signs properly. So let's get that back. Contrary to what 2 digital maps tell me to do, I'm gonna stick with this one, and going against that tennis court and the rugby soccer field, I'm just gonna follow what the Cotswolds Way sign said. The 2 maps, maps.me and this other app that I've been using, which is taking the GPS energy out of my phone, suggest that I go back up that way and then come around past those. But I want to think to myself that a single sign pointing this way from the people who actually walk here is going to do me better. Trying to get to King Stanley and the Edge in one piece by tomorrow, with a decent place to sleep tonight. Now, I already have my, I guess, errors in judgment here, my miscalculations. And it's because this trip, since I started it, has always led the walker, myself, to take the high road, to grab those views. And I know that on the other side of that ridge here, there's tons of views all the way down to Stanley King, or King Stanley. So, mind you, right here is a footpath, and if it says at the end of it a little signature, anything that indicates via 1970 onwards unto today, that there is a Cotswolds Way passage south, I will take it. And that right there is very tempting. Shit. This is how crazy this trip can be sometimes. In comparison to the other 2 or 3 times I've gotten lost, this is nothing. This is just walking up and down grass to the point of that tree. Doing this in a scale of other places in the world. What I've done today, are in the last 2 or 3 days since Monday, for getting lost, compared to other places, would be the equivalent of, let's say, for New York, getting from Penn Station and winding up in LES, Lower East Side, or for San Fran, let's say you're on Haight, and then you realize, hey, I'm on North Beach right now. How did I get here? How do I get back? And you're just basically disqualified from figuring out how to get back if you don't have cell service, a charged phone, a working map. And what's another place that I could compare the loss of distance and time here? Vancouver downtown. Let's say you want to go to, where do you, for the length of how small Vancouver is? If you want to go to Richmond, let's say you're thinking, oh, you're walking to Richmond. No. You're in West Van, buddy. You got to go back around. That's what a mistake on this trip. And you can't blame it on anybody else. You have to blame the mistakes in your mapping on yourself, where you're going, metaphorically in life, and where you're going here. All I'm trying to do is get down to Bath, and there's a multitude of options that are offered there. And who am I to blame for a couple of kilometers or 3 miles here and there? I mean, I can't force people to work and put stickers everywhere. So that's it. I'm just gonna go back to what's still left for some sense of authoritative direction. And that means going back to that road, if I can even access it. And then going the way that maps.me and that other app suggested. This guy showed up. Hey, didn't you? Do you have anything to say? Huh? No. Okay, well, you showed up at the last minute while I was kind of dejected by that fence. And it does say the Cotswolds Way going that way. And there is a slight V at a fork at the end of that trail that I took to what looks like the Gloucester Trail. And for what it's worth, and it's not worth very much because it's just getting down to those shrubs at the end, the trees. I'm gonna try this one more time. I'll take the V to the right instead of going left. And that, in accordance to all maps, and maybe even maps.me, is the way to go. And, you know, at this point, I got like an hour and a half of sunlight maybe. And this will add up to tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. As soon as I get to Dursley, it's I feel like I can run it because I've been there before. And if you've ever seen anything and you see it again 7 years later, and you thought you saw it and you remembered it before, that you can do it again. Okay, here's the V. Right there. It's soft, but it's not present, it's not exceptionally obvious. But enough people walk these every day with their dogs, by themselves, running, that it could create a certain confusion for people who want to take the Cotswolds versus these circular hikes. Now, circular hikes are great for people who live in small counties and little glens and shires who want to just afford themselves a non-repeating view, and that will get them back to home, you know, with some very good cardio and breath work done after that and all that oxygen. But for myself and others who are simply here for the enjoyment of taking the Cotswolds, I gotta say that having some indication that a singular route is more important than a circular route for those who paid to come here, who are only here for a few days, who've come from other countries or continents. It's important to have this for us. It's an aspect of, I don't know, I don't want to say respect because I don't expect that much from people who were just wanted to have some happy trails, which is what this is. And I'll just follow that until I am too tired, and then I'm just gonna cash out like I did tomorrow. Or sorry, that's how far my head is backwards and forwards right now. I'm just gonna cash out in the sense that there's no more currency left in my body or my mind today. Mind you, my stomach wouldn't mind that IPA that I bought at the store and the beans and the onion. So yes, even though it's almost at the end of the day, there's still a few things to look forward to. More so tomorrow, and definitely in the few days after. Coming along here nicely. Probably some river down there. Reminds me of Big Sur right now, without the ivy. And, ooh la la, here we go. Beautiful horse stables here. That would be a fine place to sleep if I didn't have to affirmatively, conclusively walk over a fence onto somebody's property. I like things that are just sort of open and vacant on these trails. Like a tree, a horse stable. Can't think of much more else after that. A field that doesn't get poured upon day after night after night. All right, so looks like that's a little bridge going over that river. Wild jungle calls of the Cotswolds Way. Woo-hoo. The cackle of the jay, the hooting of the owl. Come on, double check. I'll see you on the next. This doesn't do it justice. The bridge helps. However, seeing the depth and clarity of that water just can't accommodate or compensate for how pretty this area is. The other side of the bridge that I'm going. Problem with imagining myself sleeping in a place like this is that the air is heavy in here, which is why one of the reasons why I stay out of jungles. I don't like being in places where the air is not moving. I think that's what air is supposed to do. Otherwise it collects just like water, still water collects. And it becomes, what does it become? Still water, unmoving air, stifling, static. Now, astrologically, if I was an air sign, I'd be offended by such a remark. One could say, oh, gee, you don't like what's going on in my head? I'm willing to take in all of the airs, hot steams and oxygen, low level, and hardwire it to one's life persona. Then, in accordance to the principles of astrology, one could say, are you willing to adapt to change? And I think it's the air signs, or I don't know, the stone signs, the bull, that are not too adaptable to change. Fixed or mutable. Those are the choices that you get. This is the halfway mark. 55 to Bath. Let's run around this mini Stonehenge. 47 to Chipping Camden. Not the halfway. I think the edge is where that's going to play out. So, fire sign that I am, I don't mind having things hotter, but realistically, I prefer the coolness that this world offers. Spring, winter, fall, summer, those are my seasons in preference. And when things do get static or stifling, rather than let my wick go out, Payne's wick, I just walk, keep the fire going. I mean, how else do you get climate change? I mean, change your own climate. Took me 4 attempts to get here. That's adaptability. The Edgemoor Inn. This, I have to ask if they have a place for the night. If they don't, that's totally fine. All right. So the Edgemoor Inn did not have an inn in which I could stay in. However, it did have a decent education of what cask ales are all about. Just while the beer is fermenting, and as the sun is setting here, I gotta find a place very soon. There's an 80% chance of rain sometime in the next 2 hours. And I'd really like to be in a better place than this, and to wake up like dead flowers. Okay. The phone is charged. I'm gonna tell you about cask ales from what I learned from the owner of that spot, the Edgemoor. He told me in a sort of tongue-in-cheek way that the kegs that come into his dwellings, I mean, at this point, what's the point, right? For locking and for taking this video, but while I'm still in the dark, yet have a little bit of light inside, let me tell you, from while it's fermenting, there's still some sediment at the bottom of the keg, and here, and especially in Wales, what the brewery will offer to the pubs is something that's a little bit not full in terms of popular consumption. Now, while it's still sedimenting, it's considered live ale. Now, to accommodate that, and to facilitate, I guess, whatever non-gaseous pleasures that would, non-gaseous pleasures, whatever problems could be associated with that, I need to find a place to lie down. This is going into some heavy trail work here. What they do is they tilt a wooden keg, I believe it is. It could be a metal keg. I'm willing to be wrong. And they tilt it 90 degrees, so it's flat, horizontal on its length. Then there on the side is left a blowhole, just like a whale, I guess. And at its end, it's not really as dark as it all looks. I'm still able to see my feet. I just don't have the flashlight on here. Okay, Cascales. It's a beached whale full of pale ale in the basement, getting the best before it goes stale. And what you want, all the whale, is, well, fucking goddamn pull that shit. So, with the force of the, what is this, the forcep bicep of my arm. Oh, fuck, I do not want to get lost now. Is what the carbonation work does on a regular, oh, I gotta look at that again. This is Cotswolds Way, that way. Yeah, so that's how it goes. There's no carbonation in it, which offers perfect taste to texture. And again, because there is no carbonation, it's like it helps to taste it in some non-offending way. Carbonation just by itself, CO2, isn't good for our bones. It's scientifically proven to sort of break up some of the material inside of our bones. A lovely girlfriend of many years ago told me that, and she will not, to this day, since 1998, for 26 years, not drink carbonated water. Now, this is definitely all audio. There's no video performance here. So all you're getting is basically my mind as I'm closing into the halfway mark of this. I tripped in the dry, soft meadows. And since I was 15 years old, dream. I'll get back to that very soon. This is 105 miles, you know. What does it take but an hour and a half driving kilometers on the Autobahn or the Highway 1? You can't see much here. Low sloped, 80% chance of rain. Those look a little ominous for me. And if I expect to get some rain tonight, which I'm not averse to, and if I'm prepared for it, I'm ready for, I just want, hopefully, a horse stable, some sort of man-made environment to protect me from getting fully soaked. Tell you how dark it is. That's all I've got for the sign. Oh, which tells me keep going on this little path here. Well, this is nothing more than a 6-7 minute monologue. I do wonder how long this video is going to be. One of my intentions for this video is to nothing more than this better. Get video login, because YouTube does offer some sort of monetary, excuse me, benefits. But the real benefit isn't monetary. It's that accomplishing this holds so much for me. in inexplicable terms, because putting weight or word, some sort of disturbingly clinical explanation using the however many of 20,000 English words available to determine and ascertain and possibly exacerbate just what it means to finish one of life's longest awaited for dreams is paramount to just uselessness, because it's useless to think that someone is going to see the way things are for you as they are momentarily compared to how they've been for your entire life or much of it. This dream of accomplishing the Cotswolds Way dates back to the 1980s. And who in their right mind would say that, oh, I know what it's like to do something that took this long or meant that much. It's almost like can't pick it up anymore. Anyways, the Cotswolds Ways that way, and I'm now looking for a tree, a thick, well-leafed tree to appropriately finish this very long, pain-sweating day. Almost at the edge. I don't know what that marker is going to look like, but and I'm guessing it's 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30 right now. When I wake up, I'll be looking over the west side of the Middle Cotswolds, Cheltenham, far. You can't see that. Oh, it's going. Yeah, you can. There you go. It's going up. And now, I got some beans. I got some onions. I got one onion. And that's still that meat sandwich I want to get to before I sleep. But more importantly, where I sleep, I do not want to get soaked upon tonight with that 80% staring me down. 80% chance of precipitation. And I'm hoping that this trip, you can't see anything if you're still viewing this. So it's kind of pointless. I think you got a few of my points here. You might have learned something about cask ales. The funny thing, the tongue-in-cheek expression that the owner of the bar used was, the bunghole is what is tapped into when the blowhole is open. So the cask ale, I don't remember if it was wood or steel, is turned over. Tap the top and stick it right in the bunghole, and then you just pour on in. You just need to draw it in. That's all it is. Okay, now it's just a matter of finding the right tree. Those are some dark clouds. Good night. All right, well, the bag is protected by a poncho. What I have is this fabric, this tent fabric that I bought, which I think is more for just setting the water away from the tent instead of absorbing it. I got a tree on top of me, and you know, for the next 5 or 6, 7, 8 hours, this is all I need. I mean, I've walked in mud and my feet have been soaked, so why not the rest of me? That's it. I got 2 layers of tent fabric, 14 inches above the ground, lowering into the stratosphere between my plastic tarp poncho and the tent fabric itself. I am consumed by precipitation. There's nothing I can do right now. I can't walk in the rain. There's an hour and a half of it more to go. And it's just nothing more than what I have to deal with. And I got to sleep through this. I mean, people have had it worse in life. That's my one commiseration, I suppose, or I'm on a down slope here. It's just horrible, and I am not going to sleep very well tonight, if I sleep at all. I just want this rain to end. What I can do about it. Well, that was one of the worst experiences I've recently had. I slept in a slanted position with my head down here. I don't remember why. And the rain just came on, and I remember being dripped upon and just soaked. The pounds of the weight has actually increased because the blanket is still wet, and I could not get I couldn't shake the water off the tarp. But that's okay. I did actually get to sleep, so it's 5:30, and what I'd like to know is just how close, had I not gone to that bar for the last 2 hours at the top of the hill, had I not gone there, might I've found a little shed or a shack. And these leaves really did nothing. This tree looked like it would help, and I know that some trees do, like definitely a cedar, but this one, no. So still, it's okay. Worse things have happened to better people. Just a little humbling start to my Friday. All right, almost at the edge, over it. Okay, goodbye Painswick. On to Kings Stanley Village, which maps.me thankfully just told or showed that maybe like 2-hour walk to that one. I guess they think people who walk are actually running. I'll make it there at 3 hours. And then looking forward to hitting, what is it, Dursley, Watton-under-Edge, Philadelphia, and Bath. I think the way I feel right now, mentally, physically, is justification. It's a good reason to just keep going. It's kind of motivating me. I don't know. know if that makes any sense. The worse I feel, the more I want to finish this. It's just and it's not for the views, of course. I could walk in this weather for a very long time. This is perfect walking weather. This is the type of weather that it's the best for apple picking in October and September. So many times at Empire Orchards in Karamias, I would pick at John and Tony there at the Clark's orchard. And this, in my 20s and 30s, at September and October, this was the perfect weather. So it kind of reminds me of that, even though it's only July. But getting to a place where I can do my laundry, oh, that's gonna be nice. And to get a good long sleep, uninterrupted. So I'll be getting 2 days, or 2 nights at a hostel. And there is a hostel that I know of, a nice one. It's in a mansion. I've never slept in a mansion before. It's on the top of the hill overlooking Bath. And there'll be 2 nights there, along with going to Glastonbury for a new pair of shoes. And of course, a day, maybe even 2 days of open to close hydrotherapy at the best place for hydrotherapy I've ever been. Now there is a cool place for helping or allowing water to help the body, and there's a place that I can think of is in Osaka, and it was so good that I went there twice on 2 different trips. Not just because of that, I wouldn't go so far out of my way for that. But this hostel, or this hotel actually, it was a capsule hotel, an old one that had pod rooms, a little 4x4 by 8, or maybe they were 4x4 by 6. Sleeping vestibules, so people were, and they're on top of each other, just like kind of like honeycombs. Yeah, good. And I can see the fence down there. Anyways, this hotel, it's called the Spadio, I guess. And a lot of the hotels in Japan, they have these sort of things where there's a steam room, a giant bath, flowing water. This one was the tops. I remember in the sauna, or was it the steam room? And I was watching baseball on a television screen in the sauna. So this place in Bath is similar, because again, it's awesome to get some hydro work done. I absolutely need some jets on the bottom of my feet. That is 100%. Well, I'm not seeing any Cotswolds Way on this, but okay, well, that's a little disconcerting. However, this is a trail to King Stanley. So if I am getting off the Cotswolds Way, that's in a way okay. Is it? Are you sure? So I'm not sure if I'm on the what is it? AONB, which I don't even know what that acronym stands for. Cotswolds Way. I did a switchback. I didn't go right back. I'm not going to walk back to the place I slept to find out and run around there looking for indication. And on the written section on these papers, it does say that I'm going into some forested woods on the way south. So that's what I'm doing right now. And maps.me says this is the way to King Stanley, even though it might be taking the easier route compared to the written on page, which I think was, maybe it's like Painswick to, maybe this is the way. I just want to get to King Stanley. Of the entire section, this is the one so far that I'm willing to diverge or get off the expected path. And down there is farmland, but after a long hill. This is dark in here. It's 6 a.m. in the morning. Still got the can of beer, beans, and the onion. Thankfully, I didn't drink that beer, otherwise I'd be worse for wear. And counting what I drank last night, that was 6 beers within a few hours. Low alcohol percentage. They just go down like water. It's incredible. And what's given me a headache, I think, was sleeping underneath the tarp and the plastic poncho. So just breathing my own carbon dioxide all day or all night has given me a headache. And sleeping head down. Why did I do that? Because I thought my head could go onto the roots, but that tree was not the best for sleeping. What does this say? Public footpath. Well, that's as good as it gets here. I'm just trying to get to King Stanley. I am off the Cotswolds Way. I'm going back. I'm gonna go back to that tree where I woke up, and I'll walk around there and I'll find it. I do want to think back that I didn't take the easy way out just so I could get to a place to charge this phone or get some warmth. I'm gonna do the Cotswolds Way the best that I can. And this is gonna drain the phone, so unless there's some spectacular scenery, this is it until I can charge this. All right, well, this isn't too spectacular, but that's where I slept. I walked here, crossed the road, and then went in that forest, and I went to this other side, and I was gonna take a public walking path that diverged into 2 different ways down to Stanley. I thought, no. So I came back. I'm gonna go back to where I slept, and then that's the Cotswolds there in that yellow. And that's definitely gonna, I think, go on a longer trip on its way to Stanley's King. Stanley Cup. So spectacular enough, I did walk back to the where I slept last night. Oh, poor thing. And then I started the little way here, just crossing the street from, and I am going to take the long route to King Stanley. And I also want to finish reading here. Painswick to King Stanley. The Cotswolds Way descends from Painswick to cross Washbank before climbing again to Edge Common. An open area of grasslands with views over Painswick. The trail then plunges back into woodland, emerging at Harrisfield Beacon and Iron Age Hill Fort with views of an escarpment and River Severn. The route then descends gently through Standish Woods with beautiful displays of bluebell and wood anemone in the spring to emerge in the Stroud Valley through grass pastures. At the Stroud Water Navigation, there is a choice of routes. One option, canal up Cecily and Common, and the other is to head through King Stanley. There is more up and down in this section. 1033 feet, 315 meters up, and 1082, 330 meters down, to be precise. And this phone is about to die. So that's it. My attempt at staying true to the Cotswolds Way. Continues. It's been this for a long ways, and I really don't mind not having to walk up too far. You can tell if anyone gets this far in the video that I'm still high in elevation. Cute little house there, farming, and that's kind of where I was earlier on in the morning, just an hour ago. And come on, it should say, yes it does, changing color. There's two of them now. There's Cotswolds Way blue and Cotswolds Way green. Don't like the circular being attached to that, but okay. So yeah, pleasant trails, easy on the feet. Out of that easy trail along the forest into this highway embankment goes the Cotswolds Way to King Stanley. Now my estimation, because I started walking last night, is that I'm maybe about 4 miles, 2 hours from here. That's really cool, you know. Two hours from King Stanley. And on that side is just a bunch of overgrown brush, lots of thorns for a walking path right beside a road. Thankfully it's not a major highway. 2 hours in, I've only seen one person, and he was on a bicycle. So not the most sociable of days, even though it's a Friday morning. I think the closer people are to town, and probably with the better sunshine yesterday, the more apt they are to go walking and hiking all around. Leaving like a rainy, cloudy day like this. It's not really raining, it's more like misty, overcast. I can feel the beads of water on my face, but it's not enough to get the umbrella out. But the rain, you know, it really does, it brings out the locals, I'll say that. The rain brings out the real Vancouverites. That's my opinion. Anybody else who only goes out in the sunshine Should have moved south, not west. All right, I gotta pay attention here. Phew, it's barely written in there. And that's gonna be steep. Okay. It sounds like there's gonna be some more village stuff here. I hope I'm close to King Stanley. Okay. Well, back up to the woods. There's a fellow traveler there, Cotswolder. She's trying to make it to Watton Under Edge, which is today. She's trying to get there. A good 25 miles, I think. And I'm satisfied with the halfway point to Dursley, even if I don't just stop at King Stanley for the night. So, the Cotswolds Way continues. It's raining. Whenever you see a bench and you're at a high level, you know that that's guaranteed a good view. Now, I was just over there at that ridge, and before that, I dug into those canned of beans, had a bit of the onion, and cracked open that beer. And I checked out the Waterloo tree circles of trees that were planted in commemoration of Waterloo. It wasn't Nelson, Admiral Nelson, that was against the Spanish. So I forget who won on the English side. So, paid my respects. Compared to almost every generation before me, I think everyone's just had a much harder life of it. Drafts and wars, invasions, a lot of it around here. Same in Champagne as well. I mean, just to the south on the way to Bath, I'll be walking by one of the major battles of the English Civil War. So, staying on the Cotswolds, and I really do hope that this does go through town. I need to know where I can do laundry, and I really just want to get a place to sleep. I don't care about the cost. Big difference between this, myself right now, and coming here or attempting this in 2017 and getting as far as Dursley from Bath, going the other way, was that I had a lot more money then. I had sold my 2-bedroom condo, basically flipped it, so I made $135,000 tax-free, thank you, and saying thank you to Tax Canada because they have to leave people's homes away from taxes. Just don't tax us on the things that we buy. It's our home. So I was able to, and I counted them, from only Bath to Dursley, I stayed in 4 Airbnbs. 1 inn and 2 Airbnbs. Maybe that's what it was. And then once I got to Dursley, I stopped. Mainly not because of my shoes. I'm sure that the shoes I had were good, but the books that I was carrying, and the 3 books that I had, one on the English mapping and roads, the other, my grandparents' book called Long Walks, and the Haunted Inns of British Isles. They were heavy, and right now, anything that's, when all you have for a very long trip is on your back, and it's raining, and you're not prepared for that. I wasn't. You got to let go. So I did. I dropped all those books off at the Dursley charity shop. And then I went to Stroud, took a bus, and I told myself that I'll do this again. Now, 7 years later, money's not as good as it was then. I know that I'll be paying in time for going back to Uber. Look at that. When I get back to Vancouver, there's a lot of Ubering to be done. And if I can, I might go back to the apples. But unlike 2017, I just don't have the throw around cash. I mean, I was doing so well then, monetarily, that I remember my next destination after Stroud, Glastonbury, where I bought these shoes, was to go to Köln, Germany, Köln. And there I bought, at a savings compared to Canada of $200, a Rimowa Travel 4. It's just one of the most ludicrous things I've ever bought. Come on, I've never used it. And I would not take it to a hostel. I've never taken it to a hotel. But it's nice to look at. And if ever I get to the time in my life where I can use it, then you know what? I'll have a Rimowa bag to brag, show off. I said, yeah. And I'll just wrap it up in a garbage bag when I hit a hostel. So, King's Stanley coming up. Electricity, Wi-Fi, heat, and checking for laundry, a place to stay, a cheap place to stay. But I'll put out if I have to. I'll throw down the 100 quid. I am bagged. Some new socks would be good too. What else? A couple cask ales. Much of today, the vegetation that I've seen reminds me of Maui or British Columbia. It's only when I saw the hills in the foreground and in the background and like the English countryside that I'm reminded of where I am. This is the Cotswolds. large town, thankfully, of King Stanley coming up just as soon as I exit this forest. The designers of this road, you know, they could have added a couple shortcuts, or they could have shortened it. They could have made it longer.
Behind the school as well.
Yeah, it's not good.
Look at that. The shoes are coming off. Yeah, look at that. The old sign and the stone gates are the best. Getting into King Stanley's King here. Walking among the corn. Somebody coming up this way. I met the second person whom I saw yesterday, so there's two of us going on the same route. It's nice to see. Nice to, you're a part of something other people are enjoying. This is the guy who got lost yesterday 2 times, and he's gotten lost twice today, which is twice. It's 100% worse than me at figuring this out. I asked him if he had an extra phone. He's staying at hotels, and everything is being driven to the next place. Which, it's not a question of what's better or worse. It's what's more comfortable, what's better for your timeline. What I think, though, is the amount of people traveling his way makes it harder for me to travel, because I would like to know that, or to think that there's a spot in a place just in town that isn't preoccupied, that haven't sold all their beds to the travel guides and the tourisms and the buses and all that, and the shuttle buses. Thank you. And there's very little left for someone who can't or who doesn't want to afford the rates of having to put all your luggage and pay for people's driving and guaranteed rooms on. That's kind of why I've spent 3 nights of the 3 nights so far, 1 in a horse shed and 2 under trees. I'm gonna aim for a place either here tonight or look for something on the way to Dursley. But yeah, that was nice of him. He had to turn around, he came back, and I was headed down the same direction that he was and would have gotten lost. So it's nice when you got somebody else sharing the road with you. Cool little zigzag. And I'm still happy that I chose to come back around onto the Cotswolds earlier this morning. I mean, that was like 40 or 50 minutes out of my way, but I still get to say and know to myself that I did the full Cotswolds. Minus getting lost in the rapeseed and having to cross a river barefoot, but that was like a couple miles. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you, Adrian. Britain's got some wineries going on here. I certainly like the wine and the beer. feet feel so good walking on the grass. And before I go to the hostel, and before I get that final beer at Bath or go to the pool spa, I'm going to take a bus to Glastonbury and get a trade up to a better pair of shoes, a more comfortable one, a more comfortable pair. Oh, my feet will thank me for that. Choo. There. Stonehouse Court Hotel. I am done. The day I've had. The $84 is not going to feel much coming from my credit card. And full price was about almost $200. Thankfully, I had enough on my hotels.com account from rewards to cover half this night. And just looking at what I'm up against here, it's going to be one of the best places. Definitely a mansion that I've stayed at. I've never, other than all the Fairmonts that I've stayed at. But yeah, what a fucking day. All I need to do, the real reason that I'm here, is want to fucking charge my goddamn fucking phone, have a fucking bath and a hot shower, get some Wi-Fi, and have a decent sleep. Unbelievable. Part of my being pissed off is due to these maps and the Cotswolds Way itself. They just didn't think when they were making it, and I didn't look into it. Yeah, it's my own fault, man. So here I am now, this manor. Manners maketh man. Manners maketh man. Well, this is the manor since 1601. Cool history. Well, I'm happy to be here. So, I did get that room, $94. I'm not technically in a mansion, I meant more in an annex, but it's been worth it. And I got the iPhone 4 charged. I just want to look at this here. So this is when I'm driving for Uber, how many steps I get. Those are the steps in London here. London, Silverstone, and all the steps since. So actually the most I took was that long walk to Silverstone race. And on a daily, yeah, I could do better going on these hills, but my feet are taking its toll. With only halfway there, more than halfway there, I think once I get past Dursley, it'll be looking really good. Dursley, Watton Under Edge, some place called Philadelphia, and then down to Bath. Oh, it's gonna be nice. I don't remember even starting to sleep last night. When I got in here, I didn't go to the laundry because there is no laundry at this hotel, which is fine. I put out the tarp that's dry as much as possible inside the bath. I'm not going to show you because I'm naked, but there's a mirror there. But I got my laundry drying. I'm not going to wash it until I get to Bath. I looked at the hostel there, and they do have a working laundry, so I'll take 2 days there for that. It was really just here for rest, and like I said, I don't remember falling asleep. I woke up in the same position about 8 hours later at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then went to sleep. So I've had about 12 hours of sleep here, and it's done me very well. So that's what I'm having to deal with. I can see why some of that pain on my feet is coming from the sole, like the heel. And I thought that in Cheltenham, taking off the heel would be good enough, and all that metal would just sort of fold under itself, which it did. So the staples the thick wood staples just sort of carved back into the surface. But those two have come back the other way. What I'll do for that is get some cardboard. Keep on going. Taking a walk in the hotel brings me to some of the information on Bath. So when I get there, that's what I'm looking forward to. That's on the 4th story, and everything else in that 4 stories is all dedicated to hydrotherapy. Pools, saunas, hot tubs. Here's a map of Bath. And on a larger sense, Bath is here, and you can see in the darkened regions why that's kind of like the end of the Cotswolds Way. Everything else gets lighter. And then from Bath, it's not very far to Glastonbury, so I'll just take a quick bus back and forth before getting the hostel. Now the hostel's somewhere up here. It's a really easy walk. It's about a mile up. And yeah, looking forward to it. Let's take a walk up to Krellin Tower. That's why I carry tape. And couldn't find any cardboard, so I'm using that little whatever brochure is. Oh, I can't wait till these are done. Hey, monkey. Who, me? I needed this place, really, holy. More than halfway through and getting out of here. For the sake of, I guess, austerity, no, of being fully honest, I stayed in there at an annex 1, 2, 3 away from the actual original building. So technically I didn't stay in a mansion last night. Still though, it was a really cool place to be a part of. At Stonehouse Court, headed out. Cotswolds Way. Again, finally, leaving King Stanley. Nope, going that way. Well, that was about 20 hours out of my way. "20 hours, and had I walked yesterday, 20 hours ago, a little further, I would have found a co-op grocery store right there. And it was only because of other people's directions that I did ask. I asked a few people if there's a grocery store around here. They didn't know. And if I had had more power, like 5 minutes extra power in my phone, I would have gotten to maps.me to find out that, yay, there is a grocery store there, and likely a pub too. And of course I would have gone there, got some extra energy, but I wound up walking 2 miles that way, spent the night at that cool Stonehouse Court, got 14 hours of deep, dark sleep. I don't remember even falling asleep. And staying on this trail. So, there's only so much energy a phone can take. I mean, at 100%, it's gonna get down to 0 eventually. But what a difference like a few 100 meters would have made in terms of getting this trip done faster. But that's okay. It's gonna get done no matter what. And had I kept going anyways, even to Dursley yesterday, I might not have had any chance to dry out the sleeping bag or the blanket, which was 2 pounds heavier, maybe even 3 or 4 from the water, from the rain. And I also dried out the tarp. and no laundry. That just means that the next 70K, and that's all there is remaining, is 70 kilometers. Which, after counting that this morning, I think, you know, that's just 10 trips around the seawall with some high elevation. I think the longest, how can I say it, part coming up, chapter, is the last chapter. That's 15 kilometers. That'll take me into Bath. And really, I at this point, I feel like I'm finished. Like I'm already there. Like all I have to do is get my body over to Bath, get those pair of shoes at Glastonbury on a return bus or train ticket, and get 2 nights at that cool hostel inside a mansion, not on an annex or outside of it. Jeez. Oh, well, that's okay. And Kissing Gates. Too. Lost some weight, that's for sure. I haven't eaten anything since the half can of beans yesterday and that little onion. My stomach's learning to adjust. It usually gets the most, whatever it wants, when I'm in Vancouver or when I'm in a place where it's easy to eat. But here, it's surviving on the plentiful accrued fats that I have. Eat the fat. Eating up all those stored sugars. So, that's the way they call the Cotswolds. There is the vineyard of yesterday, and from the vineyard I walked into King Stanley and then over to Stonehouse, and then this morning back to King Stanley, which I think is right over there. I think it extends all that way. And that gets me onto the road again, the route, which takes me back to this paper. King Stanley to Dursley, 7.2 miles, 11.6K. Oh, come on. From King Stanley, the route passes through the village of Middleyard before climbing up into Penwood, where the two route options reconvene. The Cotswolds Way then takes you through the woods on the edge of the escarpments to emerge at Coley Peak, a picnic area with marvelous views. It then passes a disused quarry, the rock face clearly showing the underlying strata, before following another woodland path that eventually merges into a valley with Cam Long Down ahead. The climb up is steep, but the reward is a spectacular 360-degree views. The trail then goes down into the valley at Fairfield, passing through farmland into the market town of Dursley. 770 feet up, 235 meters, 950 down, 290. Cotswolds Way from Coombe Lane, and this is Middleyard, according to that bus sign. A lot of places aren't very indicative of, they don't indicate where you are exactly. There may be some limited directions to a place, either along a highway, bypass, or canal, but being assured you have arrived in a place isn't granted by the cities, councils, or government here. It's kind of, you're sort of set on your own. And this is interesting. Every single village house, well, I'd say a majority of them have a name to them, which is Linwood. I think it's just, it adds to the peculiarity of these places. There's a lot of unique dwellings, beautiful gardens. So, following the yellow arrow again. Unless you have a real detailed map, you're not going to know which way you're going. And when looking from the vineyards yesterday and coming over that hill with that vista, I thought I was guaranteed to be going to the left. And as it turned out, following the trail, went right to the right, far right, and then came up here. And even now, where I thought I would be going again to the left, I'm veering to the right. I think that's just the Cotswolds way of staying high upon the cliff that overlooks the ridge, that overlooks the valley underneath. It's muggy today. I powered this up to 95%, and I'll power it again in Dursley. I know that there's a place to stop in Dursley, right across the street from where I let go of those 3 books. And one of those books I'll be looking for. Long walks. And when, come on. When there, of course, I'll charge the phone. And what else? I have enough power in the other phone, the iPhone 4, to probably carry the rest of the last 10 miles or so of to Bath. I didn't really believe that paper, but yeah, there was a split in it in the Cotswolds Way. Didn't know that. Okay, going south. There, the trail diverged with something of an option to go up that hill, but it also said to go down this hill that way. So I'm hoping that's the right direction. All right, so that was the right direction. Very nice. bull stands before. Whoo! Bulls, those are the ones with horns, right? This one's got the right hook. Passing through. Don't mean you any harm. Keep it cool. That is one sharp fucker. Come on up. Oh, man. All right, this is a thick, fat, difficult fork in the road. Cattle work, all the locals would think that you're going to go that way. However, the extra footage on here, which is only a trail, seems to go this way. So I think that was just made to keep people dry. I'm going to go that way. Actually, this is dry too. So this is the way it is. And I've been wearing shoes all day. I think the worst of it, the worst of the foot pains are over. And really, those last 2 or 3 days of pain on the inside of my feet, just underneath the ankle, along the ridges, along the inside ridges, I think all that pain could be attributed to the length of walking I did from Silverstone, in fact, through London, from the bus stop or the train station at Wolverton to Silverstone, and then trying to get out of the Silverstone race circuit after. And then, of course, the next day, the walking to Cheltenham, the 2 days to Cheltenham. All of that, the physical absorption of energy went to the heels, the thick wooden clumps at the bottom of my foot, and then went straight back up into the legs. And for that, the foot was trying to like seek more space to push the energy, and it had nowhere to go, so it pushed it on the outside bones of the bottom feet. And you know, getting rid of that heavy wooden junk at the bottom was the best thing I could do for them. And that's really all I could do for them until I get down to Glastonbury. There's no defeat like the pain of defeat. That lovely couple just helped me out. There was a set of stairs there, and the stairs went straight up that hill. And the option, there really wasn't, it was just another one of those hidden forks. I wasn't sure because it does say that it gets steep very quickly. Thankfully, they have a much more detailed map than I have. And this is the way to Dursley. Thankful for that. They're from Cambridge. They're doing this trip in weekend increments, which is really an interesting way to do it. You know, you take some time off, go back to work, go back to life, and then take a bus or train out here and do the next little segments. I don't have that opportunity to make this a weekend gig, so I'm doing it the only way that I can think possible. all at once, nothing at all. Shots were just fired. Can't imagine what for. And this trail right now is really nice. It's like perfectly level and nice and wide. Air's breathing and blowing through here. Super cool. Not too hot, not too cold. And it's very, very cool. Very nice. There's a shot. That's 7 so far. 8. Could be sport. All the way or not at all. That's what I wanted to say. Sometimes the not at all is because there just is not enough preparation. I think that tirade that I had just before walking into the hotel, when I watched this one time to do the editing and pre-posting once, I'll just laugh at myself. I was so bitter and angry by just the lack of preparation, really. It's just my fault for the feed to the clothes, the shelter, the battery, even the change in the electricity. Wasn't prepared completely for that. So all these little things, they all add up, and then they're totally subtracted by doing nothing more than spending $80 on a night in a hotel room. But if a trip is so poorly planned out that it feels like that all the time, every day, then sometimes that not at all shows up immediately. And that's when the turnaround happens. That's when the dreams are given up upon. And not to say it can't be tried again, but definitely without, what does it say? Preparation is half the battle. And the other half is just showing up. It's raining, enough for an umbrella, and the ponchos. This is Coley Peak. Here's a really nice view. Someone just told me that is the River Severn. And here also is a place to get lost again. There's that option. There's another gate there. And also another one there. And I'm hoping that it's that one because that's what I'm going to try for first. But again, I mean, obviously this is a great place to have picnics. And I'll go down there anyways. So it'll be either that one or that one. I don't think they're the makers of this Cotswold Way really wanted people to go up and down for no reason, but they stay on the south. Look at that cool hill. Coley Peak. Right, Dursley. There's Dursley. Forest of Dean and Sugarloaf. Now, Sugarloaf, that was viewable from Cheltenham. I'm not sure what that is. There is a tower. And that's Tyndale Monument. So cute. Going my way. The first choice was the best. While the Brelly is drying, a note from my sponsors: Skoal chewing tobacco for your nicotine craving in the morning, and Salt Spring sea salt with Rogers sugar, cane sugar mixed in. This is part of that steep climb that I read about. Come on. Yeah. Top of that climb, I came to this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 way intersection. And I'm hoping that this is all downhill to Dursley now. Too late for a breakfast. English breakfast. Tomato, a little bit of beans. Dursley, 3.5. Camlong down. Okay, well, came to be a long way down. All right, that'll do. With funnyisms. A sausage, an egg, and toast. There's something else. There's usually 5 or 6 separate ingredients to an English breakfast. And as anyone in my family can attest to, my grandpa used to always say that about England, eat breakfast 3 times a day. He would know. He was here for 2 years, from 42 until 44. Okay, to tell you how steep it is on one side, I'm giving that a 70% grade. Wait, 70, 80? No, that's like 120% grade. Right down. But unlike Hawaii, unlike Nepali, the cliffs on Kauai, Hawaii, there's a lot of room to walk on the trail downwards. This is exactly when I would want walking sticks. the steep going up, middle way, and then the steep going down. Just a little ways down from where all those cars were at Coley Peak. That's where I'm coming from. If I needed to go right, I would go this way. I'm looking for something. There's no indication as to whether I should follow that trail or go up towards that. So I think for the ease of walking, I'm just gonna stay on the low slope, even though it might be the wrong one. And if it is, I'll either come back to the Cotswolds, you know, I think it is the wrong one. There's just not enough foot traffic. So back up and hoping that there's a Cotswolds Way sign at the top of this right now unmarked trail. Wild raspberries picked from there. Oh, very good. Yes, made the right one. Here though, yeah, I see I'm gonna go higher. Jeez. Why? Don't ask questions. Just keep walking. Looks downhill, but looks good for a rest. Again, the River Severn over there. Still in County Gloucester, across the way. Met a couple coming up here. They said, oh yeah, well, if you like cider, there's something called Perry cider, but you should only drink it, or maybe you can only drink it and call it Perry cider, if you're looking at Sugarloaf. This trail goes like in a ditch, in a ravine. And 4 feet on each side of dirt piled on. And right beside, on the other side of the dirt, you get this. And out of that dark passage, just wind up wandering into here. Look at this. Unbelievable. Wonderful manners. Look at those. You can see the sediment, or the wood, not the wood, but the stones that I was just passing through, the granite, which is being chipped away to make bricks for that house. That's probably an original well drawer on Hodgecombe Farm. Water is run dry. Livestock area. Gotta think though, like, this whole road, this area was built for horses for thousands of years. Definitely for the last 700-800. the more that the more anglicized this area became, the more horses were involved. So that therefore all the that's better. There's Farmer Hodge home right there. Now my guess is that that is Camlong down, and as it states, the climb up is steep, but the reward is a spectacular 360 degrees view. As though this wasn't good enough. All right, go, go, go. Found a new stick. Really helps on either side, left or right. Really helps for the knee, taking pressure off as I go uphill. That's what I've come from. Doesn't seem far from here, but that must be the picnic site, or one of them anyways. And either, it must have been yesterday I was that far. I'm beginning to think that the Cotswold Way isn't a 1,000 or 2,000-year-old trail made by the locals walking in between towns. There's no way any serf in his right mind would walk up a hill. I could easily just go down the valley to Dursley for a trade in the local cow. Oh man. This is an idea from some painstakingly cruel map makers of the late 60s. A bit of Canada's participation in this, getting people to go far out of their way for exercise. But I'm almost at the top here. So for you who've watched maybe 2 or 3 hours of this so far, you're in for a treat. Oh yeah, almost there. See some of it here along the ridge. There's that tower from before. Hello, Cotswolds Way always. All right, well that's half the 180. That's Dursley down there. And I'll walk to the other side over there. That's where, right here is where they should have a Cotswolds Way tower. You know, walk up those stones, put those stones to use instead of building new fences everywhere. Just make a new tower. One that offers rain, has a little bit of solar, just enough rain protection, doesn't offer rain, but having a little drop of water would be nice. And having a tower there, one wouldn't have to walk around this entire, what does it say, long farm? I forget. Come long land. Anyways, I hope that I'm on the trail here. It looks like it's going to go down that ridge somehow over there and into the town. Okay, this is the full 360. 2:30 now, and means I've been walking for 4.5 hours, maybe a half hour in total for rest. And oh, did you see that deer? Okay, is that the way? No. But I hope you saw a deer. Then, is this the way? Yes. Okay, so for 4.5, for almost 11 kilometers means that should I leave Dursley within the hour, let's say 3:30 or 4, I could make Watton upon Edge by 8:30, possibly 9. Now, sleeping in that town is not going to happen. It's very doubtful. Outside of it, on the other side, would be nice. I think the next place I want to sleep is in Bath. And yeah, so that's that. It's nice and cool here. Breeze is blowing like perfect air conditioning. You can see on that tree how soft the air is right now. Or not on that tree, but on that weed flower. Trying to catch that. Where'd it go? Now, I've been to Dursley before. That was, if I'm not repeating myself, as far north as I made it in 2017. And just before Dursley was one of the primary factors for me wanting to stop, which was the steepest hill from Bath to Dursley. And I think it was all going up, yeah. So going up that hill, or actually coming down that hill, however it goes this time up, there's undoubtedly some up and down on that, will tell me that that's the worst or the hardest part of Dursley to Bath, kind of motivating me to go further and further. Like looking back on the amount of walking that I did from Wolverton Station to Silverstone, knowing that that was the most amount of walking of this trip so far, it's kind of like I don't know, doesn't make sense that I shouldn't be walking more than I did that day in more comfortable shoes. Speaking of comfortable shoes, I've been wearing sandals for these last 2 or 3 years. Muji sandals, really good. They're just flip-flops. And I think what that did, what those incredibly tough, durable sandals did, very comfortable, great for Uber driving, no stinky feet. What they did was widen my feet to a couple millimeters. The feet will just grow as they go, as what you're giving them. They'll adapt. And putting my feet, after 2.5 years of being in sandals, inside of laced up leather and walking on thick wooden clog heels, that was enough to really for the feet to kind of fight back in their own way. They don't want to deal with that. They're not used to it. So granted that I have a stick now, and feet are more comfortable. I should be able to beat those Silverstone records. However, because my phone was going on and off and out of battery without energy more than a few times a day since Silverstone, and since probably every single walking day except the first, that's the reason why those steps are much lower. It's hard to keep track. Today is the only day, I think, it may be except for the first one that got me to the woodshed, that has like full energy capacity. And I'll just keep that going. I'll measure in footsteps how long it was from Stanley to Watton Edge, because I'll charge while I'm drinking my cask ale at Dursley. There's a river down there, or a creek. Probably was roaring just a couple days ago with all that rain. I don't know about the English mile system or the imperial system versus the American miles. This feels like a lot more than 2.5 kilometers or 2.5 miles since the road way back. The El Camino de Santiago, that's a famous hike. It's supposed to take at least a month, maybe 3 weeks to 4 or 5 weeks. Best done in spring or October or fall. If I do that, definitely taking along walking sticks, a small tent. Problem with that road, though, is that if you do the hostel thing, I've heard stories of bed bugs being very prevalent in those poorly run hostels. So I'd have to think about that before getting a good night's rest. Another hike I'd like to take is the Napoleon hike. I think it's called the Napoleon Bivouac. And it starts in Cannes, where the Cannes Film Festival is, and it ends in Grenoble, just a little off the Swiss Alps. And it follows the trail of Napoleon after he escaped his prison in Elba, I think it was, or Corsica. Yeah, it was. Anyways, he rowboated across the sea, gathered up some of his old forces, his old soldiers who were still loyal to him, and then hikes up. I think he walked it actually to Grenoble, where by that time he had amassed large enough of an army to start his descent into Paris, where he retook the capital. Other hikes. I've never done the West Coast Trail. Never much inclined to. I just see that that's just a bit too off trail, I guess. And you have to sign up for it. From what I know, you have to put yourself on a list, tell Parks Canada that you're going to be there. And can't think of too many other trails. Kahului Trail I've done on Nepali coast. It's a group of people, 7 I suppose, and 2 more. There is no right or wrong way of going up or down or north or south on this trip. Had it not been for my knowledge of the pool at the end of this, along with being able to use that hostel and going to Glastonbury for those Clark factory pairs of shoes, I'd be just as happy going north, just as content, and it looks very soon that I'll be going into Dursley. Won't that be a treat? Trivia. What movie is this from? Dry up, Dursley, you old prune. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Also trivia, did you know that that first book by J.K. Rowling in the American edition is titled Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone? Dursley, Friday afternoon. Cotswolds Way, town center. Look at that strong building there in Dursley, Gloucester. Okay. There's Ye Old Dursley Hotel. Going for about £150, I think it was. This bookstore from 7 years ago, I'm gonna give some time to look for a particular book called Long Walks. All right, well, here is Dursley. The church, the town square, this building with nothing underneath it, and the Cotswolds Way directions, which are going there. I've got some trusty cardboard for the way up and the way down into Watton under Edge. Working with that still all day, and things seems to be better. Leaving Dursley isn't that hard, considering how nice the signs are here in Dursley, Gloucester. Just got to remember which way to go. Bye-bye, Dursley. Cotswolds Way, public footpath. Got some cardboard under those now. It's going to be a lot easier, at least for 2 miles maybe. All right, that's the hill from this. Might even look up from this perspective. That's definitely a hill going downwards to Dursley. Almost at the top of it. And yes, this is the most, this is the hardest hill. The most enduring and steepest, quickest hill of the trip. This is the hill. When coming up it was so hard that I gave in once I got to Dursley. So coming here 7 years later, what a feeling to know that the worst of the ascents is over. Out of 102 miles, this quarter mile, or pardon me, half a mile less is done. I'm almost at the summit here. And I remember coming up the next hill thinking, I just can't make it. There's just no other. The rain, the weight, everything. And about that bookstore, the bookseller, 7 years later, I think the gift was knowing that the nice thing to know was that the bookstore was still there, selling books all arranged, and the books, long walks with the nice cursive black handwritten style font upon the white background was gone. I looked for it in history, travel, local, literature, and no. But thankfully the bookshop keep, he understood, and was thankful that I looked for it again. You know, I was thankful that he got rid of it. It means somebody else is enjoying it. So here, there may be a shortcut. Whew. And yeah, I'm taking the shortcut. Cotswolds Way, for those extra 2 hours, or those two, or maybe I'm not, I don't know, I'll think about it. Oh, I haven't taken a shortcut yet. Won't take one now. I don't even know why they would offer shortcuts when designing this. And if they did, which I think they've offered the designers 2 of them, one here obviously, and then the one that went through King's Day, King Stanley. I don't know why they wouldn't have offered shortcuts on 10 other places to save people from having to spend or walk an extra 20 miles on this journey. But here I am already lost, wondering if I made the right choice. I think she's got the way there. All right, 5 more of these to go. Okay, 5 counting down. Dursley to Watton under Edge. 7.3 miles, 11 K, shortcut 4.8 miles. That's different than what I just read on that sign. Leaving Dursley, the Cotswold Way climbs steeply up onto Stinchcombe Hill. Done. The best views here are to be found by taking the longer route around the perimeter of the hill. Well, that's great. As opposed to the shortcut across the neck of the hill from the golf club, where I am now. The trail then descends through woodland into farmland and follows a track into the village of North Nimbley. From here, there is another steep ascent to the Tyndale Monument before the route levels out across grassland and throughout woodland leading to Watton Hill. From a curious walled enclosure surrounding trees planted in 1815 to commemorate the Battle of Waterloo. I swear that was just yesterday too. The trail then descends into the town of Watton under Edge. High of 835, a low of 836. Well, I think most of that 835 was just done. So this is kind of smooth sailing, level walking ground here. And I'm hoping that this is the correct way to start this out. Cotswolds Way. That's what I want to see. Take the long way home to Bath. Oh, so I feel like this is just around the corner now. Not sure where that is, but it's looking east. All right, from the golf course to the forest. Here I go for the descent. So that hill, or that one, or even that one, must have been the ascents to that 360-degree view that I had this afternoon. There's Dursley. Just in that clearing over there is the golf course. I guess the golf course, which was $18.99. I guess they didn't want Cotswolders to be walking along the side of it, so they gave us some room in this blackberry forest here. And looking back sometimes, once down the hill, I definitely remember that. Don't remember the golf course. And I likely would have told myself to forget this in the pouring rain. 2017, 7 years later. But I'm doing it. In the long run, this is one of the oldest dreams I have. To get personal, I'll say that I think the oldest dream I remember having of like something that I want to accomplish in life is running on the beaches in Greece in the morning. I remember either writing that down or saying that to a teacher. It must have been about grade 4 to grade 8 maybe. Said it once, maybe even wrote it down. Now I haven't done that, but I know that that's the oldest dream that I have. This one came around, I don't know, like when I was 15 or 16. Looking at my grandparents' library, pulling out the same book each time, sort of inspired, reading a little bit more. Well written, I'll say that for sure. And very descriptive. I mean, this was written before videos or VHS tapes. This might have made a blurb on the BBC, but the only way you would gather people's attention back then was to write very well. And hopefully you had a good publisher. Now, somehow that book got given to my grandparents, or they bought it. And when I read it, I was thinking, what that author's doing, there's a picture of him, and he's just on the side of a grassy area, sort of nudged up, and maybe he's under a tree even, I don't know. I'll look for the picture. And it inspired me to think, there's a way to live, you know? And at the same time, I was just reading Kerouac's On the Road and had read Jim Morrison's No One Here Gets Out Alive. So my mind was like tasty, ready for the road and all sorts of adventures. Never read Lord of the Rings, still haven't. I read I didn't read any of the Harry Potters. They weren't even out then. And so in terms of finding some other reason or connection to this place, there aren't any. There was just that one book and what other people may have spoke of beforehand. I didn't even know of cask ales. So, thinking that, that was 15. This is like a 37-year-old dream coming true. I don't attach much to people's getting aged or the number of years that they've had, but I do attach the significance of age and time to things that grow of their own accord simply by existing. Oof, like a stick. That might come in handy for someone else. That still works. Or a bottle of wine that hasn't been opened since it was corked however many years ago. Or a beautiful car that seems timeless even though it's obviously a 1932 Model A or a 57 Chevy. Dreams have that sort of, and the accomplishment of them have that window, that vision to them. The allure, I guess. And the reward. And there's no pot of gold at the end of this. There's no one waiting for me. And what I get out of this isn't really quantifiable or can be put towards. Cotswolds Way is saying that way, so that means this way. It's incomparable. Because if you did compare it, then it becomes subjective. And I think the objective of a dream is to accomplish it. For numerous sakes, for lots of reasons. Personal, professional, numerical, spiritual, sexual, emotional, physical, things that you want in life can be found, given to you, rewarded to you, simply by living out your dreams. There's that tower. And still the golf course here. There's a sign that says Cotswolds Way, but for whatever reason, it just seems easier to stay on the golf course. I think if there was a trail there, people have slowly learned to stay as close to the course as possible. It would be nice if if it was all like this. Just, the scenic golf cart on the side and golf course, golf cart, and then some beautiful scenery over there. But undoubtedly, the creators of Cotswolds, they've laid in store some ups and downs and snaky grounds. Oof. I ate well in Dursley. I did go to the Dursley Hotel, ye old Dursley Hotel is what they say, is what it's written. And I had 2 pints there. This was after I went to the local butcher and had 3 pre-made heavy meatballs. And inside of these were all sorts of delicious non-vegan food. A vegan nightmare, I think it was. But there was some apple in it. And that filled me up, polished off with 2 nice fruity style beers here. Forget the name of them. But the Dursley Inn, for 84 pounds, I could have stayed there for the night. And they had a deal that if you stayed there for the night and you had 6 pints, you get the 7th for free. Well, it was either that or just charge up that hill. So I did it. However, if I ever come back here, I don't even know if I will. I'll probably take the bus. I mean, everything that I've done in the last 4 or 5 days, I could do within 2 or 3 hours. And I would stay there because the combination of an inn, a tavern, with a good selection, and it's got to be old too. This place was from the 16 or the 1500s, this building. So much history. I was wondering what the bedrooms would look like compared to the annex that I had last night that was probably built 20 years ago. But yeah, the Dursley Inn, the Dursley Pub Hotel, highly recommended, even though never used or experienced. All right, so this is the hill that broke the camel's back in 2017. And coming down, it's not much better now. It's just muddy and dreary. And the other stick broke, the one I just found. Thankfully, I picked up another one. But yeah, this was it. Whew. The last day, or the last leg of this, what's written down as being 15 kilometers from, I think it's Philadelphia maybe, to Bath, has a descent of 1,500 feet. So that's going to be really nice. And the ascension is only 300 feet. So for the last leg of this, it's all downhill, and I don't remember it being too hard coming up at all. So I'm really looking forward to that. And coming after What's an Under Edge, it just feels like I'm almost there, like it's just around the corner. So once I get to Whatton and Under Edge, it'll be 21 kilometers shaved off of the 70, leaving only 50 kilometers. Now, the most I've ever walked in one long stretch was 27 kilometers from Nanaimo to Parksville in British Columbia on the island. So I know what a long walk is, and I think that took me about 3 or 4 hours in bitter cold too. I think it was in January. So those 50K, if I wake up early enough, could be done. I mean, in one day. I mean, if you can run 24 miles in 2.25 hours, then basically you got 40K already. So all I have to do is walk a marathon plus 10 kilometers, and I'll get from Whatton Under Edge to Bath. Public bridleway. Well, it looks like I made a mistake. And the only way to get to Whatton Under Edge from here is to take a bus or hitchhike or walk along the treacherous highway. So back to the safety of the golf course way, the long route up that hill, and then to the right. And there's not enough juice left in this, so I'll be vlogging a little bit less. But yeah, I made a mistake there. Oh, fuck. I'm sweating. Coming back up, I don't know if that was the original hill, but it was definitely a hill. And if this is any indication that I'm close to civilization that, you know, doesn't exist, even though this was made 50 or 100 years ago, for the sake of the golf course that's right there, this has to be the Cotswolds Way, right there. If it isn't, then I'm still going in the right direction, according to maps.me. Question, why doesn't the association of NB, the AONB, the people who built this road, this walk, why don't they make their own fucking PDF map? Do they have one? Pardon my language. Maybe they do. I'll tell you one thing though. I'll tell you one thing. The maps I'm using, the worst. Should have expected that. It's just like one long blurry red line. Maps I've seen other people use, they're laminated, that was the word. And they're well detailed. It's like this with satellite precision. But then they're too detailed. You know, you can't tell a stream from a river from a creek. You've got everybody's back street and back alley, front street, highway, front way, freeway, everything. So it's kind of confusing. I think there's a happy medium to be found for people who are walking only the Cotswolds and not, you know, going out of their way for, let's say out of your way is 5 kilometers, right? That's a little off there. So 5K, anything inside of that should be found for provisions. And that's it. That's really all you need, and a place to stay. But I didn't make a map, so really, what am I complaining for? I didn't do my homework. I mean, I'm just like everyone else here, just trying to follow signs. Not step in that. And also keep this video to a short. So I might need it for that. I might need the energy in the phone. And just there in that clearing is the golf course. So once this trail veers sharply to the left, I think I'll be at the end of the golf course, and that will be the next stop, or the next route going to Watton Under Edge. And just 50 feet away from that last little tirade, got it. Let's look. I see there's a trust ride, but I don't trust that ride. So a shelter like this, 3 hours from now would be perfect. I mean, what a place to wake up to. And it is inviting in a way. Bit of graffiti, kind of reminds me of the top of Stairway to Heaven in Oahu. Oh, that would be a great place. Catch a few Z's for the night. It's clean. And look at that view. Wow. Trying to sneak a peek as far south as I can. That's a 4-lane, 3-lane highway. Well, 6-lane if you're going both ways. And then that's the River Severn. A couple windmills that are not turning. Wow, okay. All right, so coming back up from that woe-begotten detour, I'm still close to the golf course. There's the Cotswolds Way going back to Dursley. There's a wonderful view. And then again, there's that tower up ahead, which is on the way to Watson under Edge. That's where I came from, that's where I'm going, and here I am at the sharpest point that I remember. I mean, I could go there and take this video, but to tell ya, I think there is another ridge, and then I just keep following these ridges and then come down into that one and then up and then over. I reach that tower. I think it's called Tinland Tower, and then in the background it's just following that all the way past that final hill ridge over there, and that should be Bath. And that will call for a bath. Ew. It's been a long golf course and a zip up and down a hill. And for some reason, these Cotswold markers are just pushed right to the edge. They're hardly visible from any far distance or even on the golf course. I had to ask people. It seems like the easiest and the obvious is just to stay on this flat, soft green and not get my shoes wet, or to verge over there and possibly lose a trip down the forest. All right, 10% left on the battery. How far to Watton under Edge? I don't know. Well, the shortcut could have been just a 3/4 mile, but I took the 2 3/4 plus the extra half a mile, so that was a 3.5 mile get to the end of that golf course. That's the forest there, and coming out of it, I just found this bench here, and I feel like sleeping here. But I think and I hope that in the next town, whatever it's called again, North Winsley, has some water in there, because I think that would just keep me going, get me replenished. Keep going. I mean, I've had water for the entire time. This 500 ml is being refilled 5 times, I guess, for 2.5 liters for this trip. So I hopefully, again, in that town, fill the water up. Getting closer. Right after that tower on the way down is to Watton under Edge. And that was my destination for Sunday. I was gonna watch the game there. I'm not even sure if I'll even watch the game, because on Sunday I might just keep on walking and have to settle on some farmland, or keep walking all night into Bath. But what I'm thinking of right now is, does that little town have a tiny, cool little pub with some charging and some water? Even without a pub, I would settle for some water. Yeah, this is what it looks like in the middle of a field between a forest and a small village. Look at that. Thank you. It's been this for a kilometer now. Just sweating. Gross. It's muggy. Flies. Not sure if it's gonna rain tonight or not. Ugh. The air is thick. It's just hanging on my skin. It's shiny. I feel like I'm in Vietnam right now. Cambodia. Ugh. It's just so gross. Ugh. Fuck. Let's try the Black Horse for a pint. The Black Horse. A country inn, quality ales, food, ensuite rooms. Well, North Nibley and the Black Horse Inn is all I need for tonight. Sweet. And 80 pounds. It's got a shower. Damn good. I'm gonna sleep well. Step count survey. This is Saturday in London and Sunday at Silverstone. A lot of walking that day, and then the first one to the horse shed. And then I think this day was mostly in Cheltenham, leaving Cheltenham. And how far did that get? To Painswick maybe? And then that would have got me to Dursley, or just wherever that got. And then what, total? No, today is 40,000. I doubt that. Much needed. This is an old place. North Nibley, Black Horse Inn. Even the door creaks. Goodbye, Black Horse Inn. Thank you for giving me that one last room you had last night. Nice management. And now, just at the next turn, going up to Tyndale Monument, and then further on to Whatnunderedge. Monument open, no key needed. Maybe I will climb to the top of it, I don't know. Blue sky. Tonight or tomorrow, definitely tomorrow, there's a 70% chance of rain. So I do want to get as much as I can done today. Leaving North Nibley at 9 a.m. Still a long way to go. Okay. That was a first thing in the morning climb. Up to this tower. What a new edge. All right. Never mind. What I edge. North Nibley. Had a nibbly there yesterday. $116 steps. Look at that view. Go all around this thing. This is named after Tyndale, who was burned at the stake for his belief in Protestantism during the Lutheran campaigns. He actually lived here when he was a kid in Little Dursley. I wonder, hi, there's the Black Horse. Okay, so that's where I've been coming from. And yeah, he grew up here, wound up in Germany, and was printing versions of the New Testament and died for his beliefs. Come on, what else you got here? Up. Stick my arm out here. Don't lose the phone, because it's a long way down. On the way to Watton Under Edge. Again, just thinking about the end of that ridge here. It's gonna be a long ways. 50 kilometers, basically 52. And I'm getting there. And from memory, I don't remember any hills that were as difficult as the ones that I've been through from Bath to Watton Under Edge. It's much easier the further south this trail goes. I guess that's just north to south in general. Similar to the Rockies or, with all the mountains up in the north part of this land, like Ben Nevis in Scotland. Tons of hills, but the further south you get, the more rolling and level they are. So as I keep going south, the easier it gets. Shoes are hanging in there. It's been really nice on this ridge going over to Watton Under Edge, following some nice people are behind me. And there's a bird call, one I never heard before. Well, of course I haven't heard many of the bird calls here. I think any bird watcher or ornithologist would really enjoy these parts. But yeah, this is some soft trodden path. Easy on the ankles and the shins. Oh, one more time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, yeah. On this side of these, it's so much more cooler here. I have the rest of the day to roast in the sun. That was a long stretch of right beside that long field, that golden field. I'm coming into a bit of a crossroads here. What does this say? Cotswolds Way into the sunshine. I'm thinking. Yep. There. Up here. Okay. Into the sunshine. maybe I was wrong about the commemoration of Waterloo in Hampton. This is one that's circular, has a brick foundation or a brick wall around it. Maybe there's two, maybe there's three, maybe they started planting all these trees in circles after they won that war. There's Watton under Edge. And there, looks like there's a trail leading out of the town. I'm hoping that's the trail. Looks kind of nice. Looks very smooth and easy to walk upon. It's about 10 after 10 or quarter after 10. In Watton under Edge is the scariest building in, or the most haunted in the UK. So they say. And I think it's called the Ram's Head. I was calling it the Red Lion, but I looked into it. Maybe it's called the Sheep's Head, I forget. But I want to at least have a beer there, and they don't start serving alcohol until 11 in this country. So I think, once I'm down there, I'll take a half hour for waiting for that. So coming in, oh yeah, I always like how the trail gets into this halfway point, midway point between the city asphalt jungle of a small village and the rural farmland. So cute in these little alleyways. And what you see here are some of the nicer houses that are on the hill. And they're usually right beside a creek. Coming from, going to. All right, coming through the town. And I did veer off Cotswolds through the town, but I find at the other side of it, there's a Cotswolds Way there. So by dint of looking for the Ram's Inn, which is right there, the ancient Ram's Inn, I've accomplished a couple of things here. One, I've come back through Watton Edge, found the Ram's Inn, and I've managed to stay on the Cotswolds. Or did I? Does that little shortcut mean I didn't do the whole thing? Yes. I'll go back. Ancient Ram Inn, 10th century, not licensed. Watton's oldest house, haunt of highwaymen. A stone roof. Like terracotta, but using the flat stones they have around here. And unlicensed. I was hoping to have a beer here. This is what it looks like from the other side. There, the Ram Inn. Scary stuff. If you do want to see what's touted as being the most haunted inn in the UK or the British Isles, you'd have to book ahead and come here with 11 or 15 pounds. So I'll leave it with this here. Here lodged the carpenters and stonemasons while building the parish church during the 13th century, memorial to Stephen Hopkins, Pilgrim Father, Mayflower, 1620 of this town. So somebody of the Mayflower, boo. Somebody who's on the Mayflower is connected to this. What a place. Knock on wood. Made it. Bear and Grinnet. I'm going back to that start of the Cotswolds through the town just to come back all the way around. Okay, following this through the south end of town. It's getting hot, but it's not as hot as it is in Vancouver. I've seen 30 degrees around there. 27, 32, Whistler and Pemberton. Here, I think the high today will be maybe 22. Dry, lazy. That's what I want. Bradley Street. Again on Bear Street. Cotswold Letterpress. That's a way of art. All right, got a little healthy snack here, a salad and a sausage roll at this cute little delicatessen. There's a co-op, there was another coffee shop and a bakery there. All along this cute little street on Watton Under Edge. Now, I did ask if there's any bars along the way. Oh look, there's a Tesco as well. So there are a lot of amenities in this town. What I was hoping for, they even have a natural food store. Wow. So what I was hoping for is that there's at least a bar here on the way. It was 2 blocks off. I'm not stopping for that. And any bar at the Rams Inn does not exist. So I'll just stay on the Cotswolds. Looking forward to walking on grass. This place has a lot of healthy options. And look how cute this town is. Oh, unbelievable. All right, well that felt good to stay true to the road, to the way. And I'll be having this just as soon as I have a nice place to sit down. Happy I went back. And these shoes are starting to wear about a couple hours into the day, and coming up is lots of farm fields where I can walk barefoot again. Now, won't that be nice? All right, leaving that wonderful village, Watton Under Edge, to Hawkesbury Upton now. Cotswolds Way follows a stream, I think this one, out of Watton Under Edge before climbing back up onto the escarpment, passing close to the National Trust. Property of Newark Park. The trail then makes for the village of Alderley, that's it, down a delightful sunken woodland track. From Alderley, the route passes through a peaceful valley where you can see remainders of medieval ridge and furrow either side. And there's part of that river, that little creek. On reaching Lower Kilcot, a clear mill stream runs along the quiet road that the Cotswold Way follows. The trail then climbs gently up to the Somerset Monument before heading towards the village of Hawkesbury Upton. This section has 984 feet of ascent, 623 of descent. From memory, that Hawkesbury has not so much a town, it's just a corner before going up again. And there's a very old bar there. And if I do go there, I mean, I'm going to stop there anyways. It'll be the first place I've been to twice on this trip, or on this way. After that, going uphill, well, I'll get to that after. People's backyards, houses below the hill. was not expecting that much of a hill coming out of Whitnunderedge, nor did I expect to go up a road like that. Been a long, well, not that long, it's only since that forest. But I do hope that I haven't missed a turnoff yet. Wow. That was a long stretch of asphalt road with no indication I was going the right way. Thankfully, I got this at the very top of it. In some barely legible writing. And that is going that way. There's Tyneland Tower from 10 o'clock this morning. I'm guessing it's around 1, maybe it's around 1 now, so that's 3 hours ago. So Trump looks like he got almost assassinated today. And I've spoken to a bunch of people and no one's talked about it. I didn't bring it up. Like a lot of things in the internet day-to-day life, I just forgot a few things that I'm always thinking about in Vancouver that I'm not thinking about here. And it feels really good, and it's nice to know that not only can I forego the internet, having it all the time, but I can also let go of having a SIM card, which I took out of my phone as soon as I landed in London. I mean, how long and how far could I go without a SIM card? How much would that save per year? That's a nice $1,400 immediate savings. $1,400 that I don't have to work for. And all the communication that I've needed has been through Gmail, or it just goes directly onto the apps. Like I didn't need the SIM card to see the Silverstone race. I got 1, 2, 3 hotel rooms without a SIM card, without any 5G or LTE service. So, you know, if the world didn't want to have hookups through cell phone and cell phone companies giving away our money, maybe all we need is just a simple phone, if that. Well, I could do with a few more miles of this. Soft grassland. There's that tower far back there. Yeah, this is perfect walking. Thinking about that pool. 2 days there. Okay, 1 day for sure, maybe 2. Definitely 2 nights at that hostel. The laundry done. Might even do the laundry twice, even though I only have 2 shirts and 2 pairs of pants. Whenever I see rocks coming up, I just skip to the other side here. Wind's picking up, getting cloudier. Oh. There's a bit more grass works coming up, but judging by those conifers, I'll be heading back into the sort of rocky forest soon. Ooh. I'm just basically walking in manure right now. Who gives a shit? This is not easy. At least it's downhill. Basically, this is just a dried creek bed. One side of a ravine and the other. This would just be soaked if it was raining right now. Gets pretty close at times. Still on the way to Hawkesbury upon Upton. That's really nice. Seeing some live animals in a clear mill stream. It's proof that that's healthy water. I wouldn't drink from it. I would bathe in it, but I sure wouldn't drink from it. But unless it was boiled. But yeah, that's nice to see. 97, 98. 700 steps up, dark path on a rocky road to get to here. According to one map, maps.me, I've got about less than 3K now, and I thought, I could count all the way. Just wanted to remember that I can count. And I can count for a long time. But mostly I was counting just to get up that hill. I'm not gonna count all the way. That would be almost 3,000 steps. Coming from that, going this way. Hope this levels off. And then the road, the walk down to Hawkesbury Upton. Wow. This is some tough road right now. Going back to my trusty piece of paper here. Second to last left. That is Somerset Monument before heading towards the village of Hawkesbury Upton. The Beaufort Arms, Hawkesbury Upton, 2 pints. Great chat with a local gentleman by the last name of Chapel. And his bloodline goes back, to tell you how great of a conversation it was, his bloodline goes back to some of the French ascendants who came here in the 1600s. His family that he since has about 6 generations that he knows of. And there used to be 6 or 7 pubs in this small town, family run and family orientated. And there's only one left. The Fox Inn, which is behind me right there, apparently is closed. And yes, it does say there that it's freehold for sale. Sunday, everything's closed here. And I'm happy just to walk with some chips. I got 12 kilometers to go to Tomartston. And that's it. I just got to keep going. And if I just might walk all night. But I'm saying this with a couple of beers in me. So I gotta take some of the bullshit with the alcohol percentage. And I gotta make sure that I stay to the way. Mr. Stink. Scratch and Sniff, Chapter 1. Mr. Stink stank. He also stunk. And if it is correct English to say he stinked, then he stinked as well. He was the stinkiest stinky stinker who ever lived. A stink is the worst type of smell. A stink is worse than a stench, and a stench is worse than a pong, and a pong is worse than a whiff, and a whiff can be enough to make your nose wrinkle. If it wasn't Mr. Brass's fault that he stank, he was a tramp after all. He didn't have a home, and so he never had the opportunity to have a proper wash like you and me. After a while, the smell... So I am here, and I need to go back quite a ways. Maybe just to the water tower and then down. But back up to there for the Cotswold. But I'll go to the water tower, then I'm back on the Cotswold Way. Now, I'm hoping that's all I have to do. Because the shortcut is just like taking one of these roads down to Bath. So I'll give it a shot. Well, now I'm carrying 2 books. Going a little bit backtracking here. I have to find the Bath Road. I definitely, like Mr. Stink here, need a bath. And I want to stay to the Cotswolds Way. Beaufort Arms, well worth the trip. If you're ever here at something Upton. Hawkesbury Upton. Now, if I can just get out of Hawkesbury on the way to Martin, I have 39.5 kilometers to go. Which, regardless of what I've done today, adding up to it, would be the longest I've ever walked in a single day. So I'm really hoping that backtracking here will show me, hey, cool, St. Andrews. There's also a Shakespeare house, I remember, but even though I've been to Stratford-upon-Avon and I've seen the Bard's original birthplace, lo and behold, of course, someone has to claim the Bard's POB here, and that one is this one, Shakespeare House. So to be or not to be? Well, not to be, because I think he did most of his birth in up north. So 39.5 kilometers to go. Let's see. Right here, I sat for like 5 minutes resting my paws before going up that road, thinking that was the way to the Cotswolds Way. I had 2 beers at the Beaufort Arms, had to walk here, and then walking back, I finally see this in the old 1970s version of the Cotswolds Way map, the mapping system. So I am really hoping this is the right way. According to maps.me, this is a way to get to Martin. 12 kilometers. All right. So about 5 o'clock on Sunday, July 14th. And finishing off the second to last page of writing here, of reading, Hawkesbury Upton to Martin, 7.7 miles, 12.4 kilometers. Amazon. Passing an ancient drover's pond, the Cotswold Way follows Bath Lane, which I'm on now, south towards Horton, before reaching the National Trust property of Horton Court, probably the oldest vicarage. Good day, Vicar. in England. The trail climbs up onto Horton Fort with extensive views opening over the Severn Vale and beyond. Now I'm hoping one of these, it says the Cotswolds, just to get off this road, and it does. And from here, the Cotswold Way passes through the wonderful Capability Brown parkland of Doddington Park before crossing the final few fields into the next and last page. Let me continue here. Where is it? Village of Tomarton. There are 746 feet of ascent and 590 feet of descent. Oh, it's getting better in this section. So today I've eaten a sausage roll, some greasy pasta salad, and 2 small bags of crisps, which are chips, but I've learned to say crisps. 12K coming up. 2 times around the seawall. This is me reading my book called Mr. Stink on a trail from Hawksley Upton to Tomarton. To make matters worse, Chloe had to stop breathing through her nose. The smell was starting to get to her. It was like a living thing creeping its way up her nostrils and burning the back of her throat. Well, sorry to bother you. Yes, said Mr. Stink, a little impatiently. Chloe was taken aback. Why was he in such a hurry? He always sat on his bench. It wasn't like he suddenly needed to go somewhere. The font on this is really easy. I should have this done by tonight. At that moment, the Duchess started barking at her. Duchess, that would be Mr. Stink's dog. Chloe felt even more scared. Sensing this, Mr. Stink pulled the Duchess's lead, which is a leash, which was really just a bit of old rope, to encourage her to be quiet. Well, Chloe went on nervously, my auntie sent me £5 to buy myself a Christmas present, but I don't really need anything, so I thought I would give it to you. Mr. Stink smiled. Chloe smiled too. For a moment, it looked as if he was going to accept Chloe's offer, and then he looked down at the pavement. Well, that's as far as I'm gonna tell you. You have to read the book by yourself. But what I will show you is the western edge of Hawksley Upton and the road, or the walk, to Tomarton. It's quite hot today. I read, or someone told me, it was 25 degrees Celsius. I'm not converting it. And I just found out also that the UK is on Celsius but not Fahrenheit, so that leaves only America with Fahrenheit. Boo. All right. Now again, going south. I'm looking east right now, picking up my bag. And having checked 3 maps, maps.me, the hiking one, whose name I can't remember right now, and slightly on Google Maps, which is barely hanging on with only Wi-Fi reception. This is still the Cotswolds Way. A little softer on the feet than having rocks and full limestone. Limestone, I found out from the nice dude over at the Beaufort Arms, is poisonous. So you don't want to get that limestone inside of your skin. And he said that when he works with it, he wears a mask and goggles, safety gear. Incredible what you learn over time. I mean, most of the people who are working with limestone learn the hard way, paralysis. But my feet are just learning to adjust to it for the next 39 kilometers. 39 kilometers, in my mind, isn't so much just walking around Stanley Park a bunch of times. It's Horseshoe Bay, Vancouver, to New Westminster, to the turnoff just past Canada Way and Phil Gaglarty. So if I can walk from Horseshoe Bay to the Burnett Highway turnoff onto Columbia Avenue, I can do this. 39K. How do I know that? Because highways in Canada and even in America have a north to south, south north, east west, west north, east west configuration, where they start out at, usually from the north, they'll begin with 1, and each turnoff from there will have a number related to the amount of miles distance, and same with the kilometers in Canada. For example, Horseshoe Bay to Taylor Way, the turnoff for North Van down to Park Royal is 13 kilometers from Horseshoe Bay. Keep on going and you wind up with exit 33 onto Canada Way, 33 kilometers from, when you're driving it only feels like a couple minutes, but really it's technically 33 kilometers. And if you drive another 100 kilometers, you wind up at Prest Road, Chilliwack, 123 kilometers, exit 123. And when you get to a new province or a new state, it rolls over, it resets back to 0. And that's all of the trivia that I'm going to share for now. Phone is, I'd say, about 50% charged, hopefully 60. And with no provisions or replenishments up until Tamartin, I hope that when I get to Tamartin, there is a pub going into an English lead. Oh, won't that be nice? With a couple pints to keep me going. And maybe some chips, burger. We'll see. Right now the sun's beautifully shining to the west. Got a long time before that sets on a Sunday, July 14th. Reading Mr. Stink. I wonder what happens to Mr. Stink. Does he actually clean up? Does he wind up in Bath and have like a 2-day hydrotherapy at the 4-level pool spa and do his laundry twice at the YAHA youth hostel and finally get a decent pair of shoes to continue his life? You gotta read the book. Hilarious. The Times, Mr. Stink by David Williams, illustrated by Quentin Blake. Chapter 2 has Chloe, the heroine of the story, taking food off her mother's table to give to Mr. Stink. Her dad finds out and agrees with his daughter, but he doesn't know that, not so much to Mr. Stink, Chloe is given the impression that the food is going to go towards Precious, the dog. So the average viewer, the casually entertained, might not see a trail there, but there is one. And to myself, or to anyone who wants to read a book while they are walking, it's good to know at the end of that heavy grassed area, there's a sign like that, making sure, or assuring me that I am on the heavily greened over pastures headed south while reading Mr. Stink. Look at that old building right there. So there's a diversion here. What to do? Well, when in doubt, look about. I don't see any indication. Because that's the lighter to the left and the more trodden path to the right, I'll stay to the right. Of course, the Cotswolds wants you to go the long way. And of course, people are here for the Cotswolds, not the Monarch Way. I've seen some Monarch Way today, and I think they're about following butterflies, which is fine. Follow the butterflies if you like. I just want to stay on the Cots and make my way to Martin the long way if I have to. So about Mr. Stink. Precious is not the name of the dog. His dog's name is Duchess. So Chloe, Crumb is her last name, brings the chap 8 sausages cooked by her father, whom she affectionately calls Dad. And unbeknownst to her mom or her sister's a little prudish piece of work. She brings the 8 sausages and Duchess gets a half a sausage. So now, and then Mr. Stink asks her about her life. Why is she this is during Christmas, why is she bringing sausages to a homeless man? That she wants to call a tramp, but he doesn't want to be called a tramp. He just wants to be called a vagabond or a wanderer. She likes the idea of wandering. So that gets me into chapter 4, I think. Really nice. I mean, if I don't make it all the way to Bath or even to Martin, it looks like this is some nice sleeping weather right now. And hopefully, like that abandoned building back there, I can find something that's going to protect me if there's any rain tonight. So now I find out whether this was the right way, if there's any indication of Cotswolds. And yeah, this isn't getting any easier. It wants me to go down this passage. Whew. At least it's hot and dry. So far on this trip, I've been stung by either poison ivy, nettles, some sort of stinging needles on both wrists and both elbows. So you're really at the mercy of how much time and dedication the wardens of each of these places wants to dedicate to clearing the way for walkers. And if it's not, plants that have poison on their leaves, catching these butterflies. It's also the blackberries and the thorns that stick out. Obviously these wild branches are winning the war. Given their way, they would just run over everything. And anything with thorns or that's poisonous to the skin would win. So having long sleeves would be a good idea to keep on walking through this. And that's it. Just keep going. It's harder to walk and read in a place like this, going downhill in a narrow path. But that book is so easy to read. Reminds me of a book my uncle gave my mom to me to read. It was a diary of a something Indian. You know, these adults, probably in their late 20s or early 30s, are looking back on what they went through in their early and teenage years and thought, you know what, I'll just make a literary comic out of it. It's easy enough to read. Add a few jokes on every page and you got yourself an easy published book. Mind you, not all books are easy to get published, no matter how well they're read. Some have to go through Amazon, some never get published. And my intention, the second reason that I started this YouTube site, the first one being to bring up cautionary tales about Tesla driving, was to find enough subscribers to bring about interest or attention from a literary agent or a publisher. Such is the way of the world these days. Wow. I'm walking the Cotswolds Way. I vaguely remember coming backwards from Bath to Hawkesbury, Upton. Not that I remember the name, but I vaguely remember these trees. Huh. It's incredible. You go halfway around the world and you think you're gonna, for the sole intention of like gathering these memories, and bringing them back and carrying them forward to the rest of your life. And you come here again, and I swear, like I can barely remember seeing any of the stuff that I've seen today once, save that tower. But then I saw two towers. Maybe that one tower that I had the impression of is a combination of both of them. But those, yeah, I vaguely remember those 6 or 7 thick trunk trees coming around that bend. Lots of sunshine left in the day. I think the place I'll remember the most is the one that I drew a picture of. And that was the view just past Cleve Hill of South Cheltenham. I mean, I just scribbled it down. But making that effort to, you know, take upon my mind the darkness of the trees, the background of the other side of the Severn. Just trying to think of where Sugarloaf was, and the embankments, the escarpments, and also the sheep that were there, which I just made little white circles for. That will stay in my mind. possibly walking down from Cleve Hill, the golf course, on those streets that were just ruining my feet, which was I think there's been 2 times when I felt like canceling this. That was definitely the strongest feeling, to just walk away, catch a bus, and then leave. Was walking down this rich path called Stockwell. And had I not asked that dude for where the bus was, I may have had walked the extra 5 miles to that place where I spent the night in Cheltenham. That bus for £2 was £2 was a great idea. It saved me so much time. I thought Cheltenham was just going to be a little small, little village really, but wow, it really extended 6 miles, I would say, 5.7 to be exact, from downtown Cheltenham back up to the bus stop. I mean, that's not, 2 of those is like 10% of this journey, right? Or even more. So I sort of wanted to give up there. And that's when you want to give up, that's when you're creating memories of, your fear and disgust mixed in with a bit of shame of not accomplishing something. So that's going to be erased later on, and hopefully some of these memories, not so much of the video, which I have to edit and produce again. That's where I started today. Way up there on the other side of that hill. And some of the memories are just going to be things that were not on video. Like I've had some conversations at the pubs. None of them were videoed, so it's just, nice human interaction between people. So there are some keepsakes that over a length of time I'll remember, but again, you can't remember it all. Even by changing it up all the time, which I seem to do. Can't remember every hitchhiking ride or new town or new village, every single aeroplane that I've taken, no. If anything makes it special, it's I don't know, it's a combination of a lot of things, I suppose. But I will say this, for this moment, before the estimated 70% chance of rain, I am doing well. My feet really took a liking to the small massage that I gave them, and to the rest at that inn, the Beaufort Arms, which wasn't that a history. They had old cigarette packages from the 1920s, 1930s. They had unopened Guinness bottles from way back when they still have the label foreign Guinness. And wow, what a cool place. So, capping a Sunday with about 5 or 6 hours of decent daylight left, I'm coming around to Tim Hortons, to Martin, and making my way. Feels really good. I don't want to leave this video right now with that sunshine looking the way it is. Saw a crawfish today. Tiny little freshwater lobster. Haven't seen one of those since Hawaii. Very nice. Okay. Get that. Pull. Go. Lock. Taking myself away from the book here, page 70. And making sure I get this gate and stay on the Cotswolds Way. Ooh. It's a cool little turret. And that's nice. Coming into the little town of, let me look at it here. Horton Court, maybe? Horton Fort. Severn Vale. Horton or Old Sodbury? You old sod. Alright, well, it's been 2.5 miles since Hawkesbury Upton, and still Cotswolds Way going that way. Behind the contrast here, that reads Little Sodbury, 1/4 mile. Public, Old Monarch's Way, and Cotswolds Way. Yeah, so the Old Monarch, I mean, I would think that that's the monarch butterfly, but there actually is a monarchy here. Canada has a very old monarchy too. A lot of people don't know that. I'd like to see Canada change their relationship to the monarchy. But what kind of person who wants to change their country leaves it all the time? Here over the stepping gate gets me into a wonderful path where I can continue reading this book, Mr. Stink, where on Christmas Day, Chloe and Mr. Stink, they go to a Starbucks store, and the name of the chapter, or the title of the chapter, is Exit Starbucks, Abandoned Starbucks. So as soon as he walks in, everybody leaves, the clientele and the workers, the baristas. So he makes his own coffee for him and his new friend Chloe. So I guess the question after that is whether he'll be expected to pay more than his little 6 pence. His mind's of another era where 6 pence would pay for a coffee to get them some VHS tapes. But this book is kind of recent because it does mention Twitter, Facebook. So we'll see what happens to old poor Mr. Stink. Not to say that he's poor, but he is the sideways to the antagonist. Well, Chloe's the protagonist. He's definitely part of the plot. She's got to do better, and somehow, with his influence, as smelly as it is, they'll both do better. I've never seen these in my life, in real life, before me. These are horse jumpers, or the jumping gates for horses. I've never seen these in my life. They look like something out of a circus. I mean, if it's not bad enough to have the Olympics bring in skateboarding and breakdancing, it's one thing to think that those two equines that are doing all the work help bring about golden glory to a human just for being able to stay upon it like some self-entitled royal privilege. Do not. Now the light and the contrast and the brightness just can't do this justice, but this is one of the nicest, the prettiest, most picturesque examples of this trip so far. And it's just a short little gully really into this glen. And once I get down to the bottom of it, there's a little bit of mud and I can see a few rocks, the cobblestones there, but that's fine. And then I hike up my way on the other side. And look at that, there's a half moon up there somewhere. You can make a wish on a half moon. You make a wish, and there's a good chance that by the time the moon is either full or new, it'll come true. So I just wanted to share that. Maybe if I get out of the light, it'll look even better. There, that does it justice. It's like a personal golf course. Wow. What a walk. That was it. That was the first slip, the first full trip on these untraction shoes. Awesome. I don't know, I might have got a bit of green on the back of the white, who knows? But oh well, so much fun. Chapter 8, maybe it's the drains. By now, Chloe has brought Mr. Stink to her home, hiding him in the outway alley shed behind the lawnmower with his Duchess. And her mom is running for Parliament. She doesn't like people like Mr. Stink. Let's find out more. You old sod. 2 miles to go to Old Sodbury, and then there's to Martin after that. All right, so there I was on this easy to walk, lazy road. I see that on my right, I see this on my left. That means I gotta go walk in a forest now to get to, I guess I'm past Old Sodbury to New Sodbury, if that exists. But yeah, wasn't looking forward to this, but hey, still on the way. So page 127, and Chloe's dad has lost his job at the car factory or at the car sales. And walking up here has made things a little easier on my feet. I don't mind it. Getting some more sunshine. 20 minutes until games start. But just keep reading. Just keep reading. That's all I came up here for. Sending me up the Cotswolds just to walk 100 yards on a field before going back down. As nice as and as well thought out and well cared for as this trip is, and this walk that's so old, there are some parts of it, and I think like you didn't have to do that. It doesn't have to be 102. It could have been 96 or 87 miles, just for the sake of walking up a hill, just to walk back down. No, you didn't really need to. But I did. built in the 12th century. This Norman Day church leads the Cotswolds. These wrought iron bars. And sends me down to Sodbury. Old or new, I don't know. Hopefully on the way to Martin, but basically all I want, again, just like every other night, is enough charging in the phone so I can catch up. And of course a beer. Yeah, that's it. That'll get me. I was tempted to sleep there in a graveyard. I haven't slept in a graveyard in a very long time. I could take a very long time until I finally sleep in a graveyard. But who knows? Yeah, so next up is hopefully a bar and catching the game at least before the half quarter, or the first half. This place I remember. Free, well, I don't remember the free Wi-Fi, but I do remember the Dog Inn, which tells me that the Cotswolds Way is this way. But here at the Dog Inn in Sodbury, I think I'll get what I need here and hopefully support the team. Well, that's the Dog's Inn behind me. Thankfully, there's no dogs around where I'm sleeping in the garden. The garden was offered to me last night when England was losing, and they lost. So there's also a breakfast. The garden was free. I'll pay for the breakfast, £12. That'll be offered, and in about 50 minutes, I'll wake up here. I'm getting up, and we'll clean up as much as I can. I don't want to be with a group of people smelling like I do, like Mr. Stink himself. Okay, leaving the Dogs Inn, 9 a.m. after a breakfast, full breakfast. And finished the book, Mr. Stink there. He was a nice guy. Smelled a little bit, helped everyone out, got the family back together. And originally was a lord. He had some troubles. His, well, I won't go into the details. We all have our histories, which can be mysteries until they're told. Okay, well, I am leaving Sodbury. I said that before. There's the dogs right there. And it's going to be raining all day, I think, for the next 27, 30 kilometers. There's to Martin, not very far down the road. And that's it, really. There's maybe like Philadelphia between the two. But yeah, it's Bath today, finally. All right. Huh. It's 10 a.m. leaving Sodbury, old Sodbury. And I have a long, wet day ahead of me here. Come on. Hello.
Hiya.
That video cut out. iPhone 4. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Bath, 17 miles by the Cotswolds Way. And that last stretch, which I'll post separately and also include in this video, that was a memorable walk from last time. I remember being just taken so aback by the soft curves of that road, of that walk, and just how easy that was. And the last time in 2017, that would have been going downhill, but it didn't even feel like going uphill this time. And I finished off the iPhone 4. As soon as that phone reaches 20%, it cuts out. And this phone still has a bit of juice to get me through. And I know that there's a bar, one last bar before Bath, and there's not much after that until Bath in terms of place to, I mean, I just want to make it there, but I do want to hit that first bar, which is like this country bar in the middle of pub in the middle of seemingly nowhere. And nowhere is where I can remember it being. I just don't remember what little town it was. But it's on the way. 17 miles. Now there's one option there. And there's one option there. So I'm gonna go with this one. Only because it seems to be going further south. This trip, the next 17 miles converted to about 30K is, there's not a lot of out of the way walks that the designers put in for people. It's strictly just get down to Bath in one line as the crow flies, as the beetle bugs, as the ants ant. So I'll cut this short here. don't want to have to charge for too long, but I do want to make it to Bath with this last charge on this phone. All right, staying on the way. Whoa, passing through, and this has to be to Martin. And of course it has no public bathroom that I could see. So I'm really hoping to hit that next pub very soon. Look at that face. Smile. Yeah? You gonna follow? Okay, hopefully there's something up here. Hey, when you gotta go, right? And so I continue, and indeed, this is Tomartin. Tomatin? Not sure what I ate to give me some diarrhea, but I really don't need that now. All right, leaving Tomartin. Tomartin to Cold Ashton, 6.6 miles, 10K. The trail leaves Tomartin to the south along Marshfield Road, then crosses arable land that eventually leads to a path passing around the perimeter wall of Durnham Park. A William and Mary mansion nestling in an ancient deer park. From the village of Dereham, the trail climbs up through Dereham Woods before continuing through farmland into the village of Cold Ashton. 558 of ascent and 410 of descent. But on Marshfield Road right now, I'm still looking for the sign out of here. That lady, she's a professional Cotswolds guide, and just as I was wondering how to get out of Tomartin, that one road led just to a dead end and to the highway. I walked up a small hill, and there she was walking, and she mentioned one of the apps that I already use. So she's just double checking because she's leading a group of 11 women in September all the way from the north to the south, So she's doing it just to make sure she won't lead them astray. So that's kind of like perfect timing. And I did finally find a Cotswolds Way sign where we were walking, and that was like a half a mile between signs. So even in a crowded place like Tomartin, population 300 probably, you can get lost. Coming from that golden path, seeing it across the road here. Why did the Cotswolds Way walk across the road? To eventually have a bath. Came across the highway again, and yeah, it was a busy highway. Going up this area where there's lots of farms up here, lots of farming. Still following the Cotswolds Way. 12:30 Monday, which is 7 days since I left Chipping Camden. I'm really taking a chance telling myself that I can make Bath today, because Bath would be at 17 miles, a sixth of what I've done so far, even close to a fifth. So whether I can, I'm not sure. Something tells me that just over there is the start of Bristol and Bath. So seeing it from here, or the remnants of it, or the start of it, is very, very motivating. Just taking a breather. Oh, these are my dogs right here. Painful. Three and a half from Tomartin means that I've got 13 and a half miles to go. Now, even before getting to this, I do remember looking at that Deerham Park. That's quite the manor, huh? Hi. And just a ways up from that manor, basically a castle. Pennsylvania, Philadelphia Flyers, Spectrum. Gold Ashton, 2 1/4. I'm just gonna take a rest here. This is dry. All right, Deerham, where I had that 20 minutes. Took off the socks and slapped out the wet as much as I could. Massaged my feet. My feet, because they're so wet, they're actually getting itchy underneath, and which is ironic because I always have itchy feet, but never to the point where they feel like being scratched. You ever get itchy feet? And I knew that today, around this time, it's going to be 100% forecasted rain. So I'm back in the wet treads. Let me see if I can get a video of that. It's me. And again, with just the basics, right? I'm glad I brought that at least. Hey, how's it going there? Coming for a visit? See if I can get something for you. Num num. Hey, you pretty thing. Look at that. So cool. So handsome. Oh, you're gonna want some too, huh? The other camera, the flip side, is busted. All right, it's working again. Woo! Oh, come on, come on. Looks like I'm going into the woods. I didn't think there was any more of it before Bath. But it'll be muddy and I could slip, but it'll be not as exposed to the rain in there. Fish are happy today. Right, leaving the forest, which was all 100% up, there was no down on that, and going this way towards Cold Ashton. And from here there is no indication of a town being close, but apparently, judging by distance markers, it's a mile away. How about that? I just left a small little village, had a Shell station. I'm hoping that's Cold Ashton, I don't know. That means that everything else from here is just going to Bath. This is like walking in beside cold or wet paintbrushes, soaking my legs. Oh well. And I wonder if, had I not spent one night in one of those hotels, 3 of them I think were taken, could I be in Bath right now, today, at that pool? But that's just not the right way to think, like what ifs and coulda, woulda, shoulda. All I have to do is just keep walking. Okay, that little town was Pennsylvania. Cold Ashton is coming up, and apparently it's just over that hill. Much larger than Pennsylvania. And Yeah, for some reason that name stuck because it's a place name in America too. Pennsylvania, stone fence and electric fence. Thankfully that would hurt. And over to Cold Ashton. Cotswolds Way. The folly seems fitting. Still no sign of Cold Ashton around here. It's getting cold. Ooh, a little bit of solace inside. And just made a right-hand turn in front of that car coming down this way. Well, on a map, I just left Cold Ashton and there was nothing there. There was no bar, pub, anything, and nothing more than houses where people live. But for the hiker, for the walker, no amenities, no provisions, nothing to warm my feet or to seek shelter. A church would have been nice if I ever take it upon myself to go on a trip like this again. You know what, I just might find myself sleeping in a church and asking the local parisher if I can stay there for the night, or wind up being found by the local parisher by staying there for the night. They're really, I don't know, comforting, quiet. So that leaves me just with Bath, which Bath is 6 miles driving, but according to the last little bit of the paper, let me see here, I gotta cross this road first. They're not always easy to find, you know. They're hidden, definitely. The volunteers, I wouldn't, if I was a volunteer, I wouldn't want to have to cut all of those away. So, Cold Ashton to Bath, 10 miles, 16 kilometers. The Cotswolds Way leaves Cold Ashton and descends into the beautiful secluded valley of Lower Hamswell. The next climb takes you up to the site of a bloody Civil War battle of Lansdowne. Look out for the eye-catching field of sculptures by David Michael Moores standing in a circle adjacent to the 6th green at Lansdowne Golf Club. From here, the trail levels out across the plateau, passing the promontory hill fort at Littledown, the famous Bath race course, oh that one, and then the path emerges at Prospect style, now a kissing gate, where the first views of Bath can be glimpsed in the valley below. After the trail passes through farmland and emerges into West End, it changes in character, becoming more urban as the walk draws to a close. The trail continues to offer glimpses of fine parks and Regency architecture on its way to Bath Abbey, where a carved stone disc set into pavement outside the ornate west door marks the end of the Cotswolds Way. The last section of trail takes you down 1312 feet, 400 meters, and only ascends 738 feet, 225 meters. Not a bad way to end. That's it. Let's do it. So there's no indication that this is actually a road. This is what cars drive by, and this is about as wide as some beds are long. And I don't remember walking up this, but I am walking down it with no indication as to when the next trail turnoff is. So it kind of reminds me that some of the things you don't remember are things you want to forget. There's nothing too picturesque. It's kind of dangerous. I've had a car just right behind me without knowing, because it was an electric following me. So I got out of the way. And yeah, so this is not what I would want to walk on for hours on end. But it's part of the Cotswolds Way, so bad with the good. Came down from Hill Farm, it says. And then I see one of these. And then this little walkover bridge across the quaint little creek. Oh, so close. The Hill Farm said Bath is 9 miles from here. No matter which way, you just keep going, that's all. Try not to slip in the mud. So for the entire day, it's 4. I've been walking for 6 hours. I've only seen 3 walkers, 2 going north and 1 going south. That could be the weather. It could also be it's a Monday and it's raining. Keep going up. The last time I was here, this would have been a perfectly blue sky, sunny day. Still, I can't remember any of this. I think one of the factors of memory retention is the fact that it's just overwhelmingly beautiful. It's like driving through Big Sur or getting lost in Paris, or there's a place where there's just so much eye-catching picture, postcard perfect places, alliteration, you can just like forget all the imagery and just keeps the feeling. But yeah, on the way to Bath, there's Lansdowne, I remember, where a battle of the English Civil War occurred, and some narrow streets as I get closer to it. And there might be some horses along a road path, which I don't remember seeing today. So unless the way changed course somehow, I'll be seeing those horses again. And right after the horses is this shack on the side of the road. I remember it was really dark and dreary, and I thought, that's probably more haunted than any place in England. Well, we've got to catch it all in the next 8 miles. Battle of Lansdowne, 1643. Parliamentarians versus royalists. Okay, thanks to these grasses, my feet feel like they are, I feel like I'm walking in mud at a beach. It feels like my feet are already in a puddle in water, just soaking. I could take the shoes off, but I just feel so, all I want to do is just get the bath. I'll deal with the gangrene when I get there. All right, well, this makes for the third, maybe even the fourth golf course that the Cotswolds goes right beside or follows along with. No golfers today, that's for sure. 100% chance of showers. What a day to walk 15, maybe 20 miles. Socks off, gout, and then everything else is just mildew and cold. 5 or 6 or 7 Maps.me can't make up its mind kilometers away. And here I found one of the coolest, or one of the nicest and recently made shelters. A few more of these on the road would have been nice. Maybe longer, maybe 2 sides, so one person could sleep on one side without bothering the locals who want to sit here. All right, keep going. I haven't seen this many slugs ever, as I've seen on this trail. And Cotswolds keeps going. And I feel kind of sluggish. 5, 6, or 7 kilometers to go. They're not BC-sized slugs, which can be, I don't know, the size of a banana sometimes. Just massive out in BC. But because neighborhoods are growing and townhouses show up, there's less and less of British Columbia nature that stands out. And maybe it's just because of the right type of vegetables and nature that's around here, that the slugs just have a field day here, every day in a field. So I've had this power bank with me the entire time, this trip. It's been a really good one. It's USB-C, and through it I've been able to charge both phones. And I always thought that while it was charging the phones, it wasn't charging itself. And more than a few times I tried to, like I did in Vancouver when it worked, charge the phone directly from it and not through an AC or an electrical outlet. Well, there's actually a power button on this power bank. So now, as I'm walking, it's actually charging the iPhone. So that's cool. That'll help. Ugh. Come on. Because some of those beers were undoubtedly because I needed to charge this phone. What am I saying? No, every single one of those beers on the Cotswold Way was well worth it. And even if I didn't have a phone, I would have gone to as many of those pubs as I could. If I do this again, it would be great to make a combination of busing, biking, less biking. It's really dangerous to bike around here. Walking, and maybe even motorcycling between towns, and extending the Ale Trail to other parts of the UK. And I know that the Wales, well, what I heard from some of the pubs folk here was that Wales, it's all cask ale over there, which I saw 2 or maybe 3 cask ale kegs today. And yes, they have a plug on the side, and the plug in the middle are on the top. It looks pretty cool, and it's how the bartender how you get live ale from a keg. tap the bunghole. That's what the man said. There's water floating back and forth in both of my shoes. So if anybody has the intention or the idea that you can take a pair of Clark dress shoes and walk the trail and not get wet, or have cups and liters full of water to deal with, you're wrong. Now at this point, considering how wet it is, I don't even think that hiking boots would have got me through this. And for that, I'm thankful that I didn't bring any here, because these are they're easier to take off and to throw away, or because that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. And wellies, a pair of rubber boots, $20 from any like hardware store or work store. Wellingtons, made in England. Those would be perfect today, with just enough grip. But really, who's gonna pack rubber boots inside of a carry-on? And I would, but most people won't. And the problem with starting a trip, like let's say that you had some hiking boots and you got them soaked, even with the knee guards, on, you're dealing with like leather that's just gonna get eaten away at. Oh, that is nice and dry in there. Oh yeah, that's what you want to sleep under if you're looking for a choice tree to catch some Z's. And if you're starting your trip off on a day like this and you have 7 more days and you just soaked your feet, things get out of hand very quickly, because you wind up either too tired to think of it at the motel to dry things out, or at the walking in, or there's just not enough time because you just have like 5 hours or 6 hours. And at this time of the year, the heat might not be on in these walking inns, so you might just have the same problem the next day. There's a lot of temporary things you could do. You could have a supply of plastic bags, a bunch of throwaway socks. It's always good to have a plan, but it's very hard to plan for something as obvious as this. This is just simply someone walking through a farm field who didn't bother to bring anything except a pair of Clark dress shoes. But don't they shine? So one more thing before I get to Prospect Style, which is, as read, now a kissing gate. I guess the stiles are actually what the stones were. Now, when I last did this from Bath to Philadelphia and to Cold Upton, and I went to 2 Airbnbs in that short distance of only 20 kilometers. And holy fuck. Damn it. Like, so close to the largest town on this trip, and this is what we're given. Like, weeds on both. Get some weed eaters up here. Put the kids to work. I mean, apparently you got kids going to high school or school all summer long, at least get them working. So those two Airbnbs, they both, one dropped me off a little further up the road, and another picked me up and then dropped me off. So those kind of took away from the integrity of staying close to the road, or as close to the trail as possible. Now, if that's what you're leaving people to walk through, of course we're going to walk on the farmers' fields. Jeez. Poor farmers. Then again, you know, it's the Cotswolds, because it's such an old idea from the 1970s, saying that I'm old. You know, it comes from a different time where I guess they just thought that the weeds would not grow over it. See, this is what I'd like to walk on, but what that was a nightmare. So the ability to stay on the Cotswolds Way and do it really depends on how much you want to dedicate to staying on it and not diverging from the path. The only memory that I have of doing so, and I made the excuse of it, of going through that horrible Planet of the Apes rapeseed canola oil field, and having to talk to the farmer who sent me the proper directions to whatever town that was. It's all a blur now, the names of the towns. Yeah, that was the only one that I just was not going to go back. I even had to cross a river bare feet to get back to that town, which was Winchcombe. It was just out of Winchcombe. And Winchcombe actually was much better than I thought it would be. But yeah, so for that 2 miles, I'm more than made up for that in lost time and spending miles otherwise. Holy shite. Okay, I'll shut up for a bit. Hello. Trying to think what colors that flag is. Lithuania. What flag is that? Green and blue? I don't know. Green and white? Blue, white, and green. All right, well here's the prospect style, maybe that's what this thing is, all right, of Bath. And there's a lot of things you can look at here. There's the Bath University, Prior Park, Bath Abbey, King Alfred, Kelston Hill, Corston, Stattenbury Hill, Penn Hill, Salford Church, Bristol City Centre, Ashton Court. All right, well, there's too much light for this camera. And there it's a little darker. Doing the Cotswolds in the dark would be scary. And the chances of getting lost in those woods or going off trail, combined with being in the dark, deep woods, and hearing all sorts of noises around. Ooh! What's that? It's over there. Yeah. Almost at the end. If anybody watched the entire however many hours this is, leave a message. I'd like to know what you thought of it and if you'd like to see more. If you did like this, also check out my Mount Curry to Mexico, Mount Curry to the Mexican border, Lillooet to La La Land video that I made using only public transportation from Whistler, BC to just south of San Diego, America. And not that it's something that I intend on doing or I'm going to go out of my way for. I'd also like to do the Napoleon, as I said before, from Caen to Grenoble, and the El Camino from the French border to Galicia. But there's only so much time we can dedicate to our dreams in life. And the time that it took to dedicate to this one, which is going to finish up in the next couple hours, is it's about 38 years in the making. So, again, thanks for watching. This is the second 6-footer that I've seen. I've never seen one like this before. This is really anti-bike, and I'm happy that they're doing this. Bikes should not be on this trail. Wow. It's the little things. And it's the long way. And you keep going. And you're still not there. But you keep going. Because you know, just down there a little bit. Is the end of the road. The root and road. The road. It's hard to believe that I've done this. It feels like it's been a very long time since making those first steps in Chipping Camden. There's been a lot of philosophy and back and forth and questions and zigzagging, making excuses. But like the farmer said, whom I met yesterday at the Beaufort Arms, he said, you know, you just, so long this is what his grandfather, he said, the doers do and don'ters don't. You either do it or you don't. So to quote his grandfather, I doed it, I got it done. Now, there's those to consider, and that one to consider as well. And I haven't even considered where I'm staying tonight. There is the option, if I can find an inn in these last 2 kilometers down to the Bath Abbey, where the Cotswolds officially starts from Bath, where that plaque is, then I could just easily find a reason to give 80 bucks or 80 quid for the night. And I do have to stop somewhere to find out on Wi-Fi if the youth hostel, the YHA, even has a bed for the night. And that's a climb uphill. I won't mind. But going up there with these shoes just to climb back down is like, meh, do I want to do that? But yeah, those are all just sort of like unnecessary variabilities that I'll get to when I get around to getting to them. What I'm interested in, I'm thinking ahead as usual, is like what non-video memory am I gonna have that I'll always think of for this? Because I made the mistake of when I first tried this, of taking videos, of going back to the Mac or going back to the laptop and looking at those videos. And what they did was, seeing them over and over again was creating, I don't know, a mildly repetitious version of this area. So I'm hoping that this time, after just editing this once and watching it maybe once on YouTube, but probably not because it's going to be so long, and I don't want to have those images. I wonder which ones I'll keep that I'll always think of for the Cotswolds. I think that long unstopped one that I did today on that long stretch of grass will always stay because I remember that from the first time. And that gully that I saw yesterday, which is like a green ski hill. And the view from Cleve Hill over Cheltenham, and then the walk down from Cleve Hill to Cheltenham, which was painful before I caught the bus. Yeah, who knows? Find out in time. Seven days and a few hours. Today it was a long distance, but it really didn't do that bad for hours. Blech. English lane behind me. You know, if they ever give up cars and go back to horses, England will just be at the perfect position. Just rip up the asphalt and go back to dirt like the last 200 years never happened. Clippity clop, clippity clop. Imagine that. Okay. This I remember too, this little neighborhood here. Okay, this is coming down from Weston off of High Street. And I remember this. There's a canal maybe and some brush to walk through. It's just enough that there's a nature to keep it sort of in line with everything else, or in tune with everything else that I've seen. I mean, when people were walking back here, none of this existed, I'm sure, or very few of it. All right, Cotswolds Way public footpath. Coming down. This is some of the old neighborhood. Still not in Bath proper. I'm very glad that my power bank was figured out with like 3 hours to go. My phone's fully charged now. And what's left in the power bank is charging the iPhone 4. Little buddy. And no, I'm not going to go up from the iPhone 4s or the 5s or the 8s. I'm not going to play that stupid Apple game anymore. And let me see here. Some more uphill, but that's okay. It just gets me closer to the center. I don't know. I think that high street was taking the long way around. And this just keeps me in with the philosophy of staying true to the way. Cotswolds there, Cotswolds. They're really going out of their way to get back to nature. I just walked like through an entire street neighborhood. Yeah, I see that public way, footpath, Cotswolds. But is it going up here just because this is one of the last few trees in this neighborhood? Could have just kept on going down. Gotta go back up again, huh? So that's where I came from, and then coming up from there. So, rewards. 3 rewards that I might make a video of to add on are not in order of appearance. New pair of shoes. And a day at that pool. And doing laundry at the mansion. At the hostel, if they have that. If they've got a room. Oh, come on. Otherwise, and far more important, 100% more important, the reward is the fact that I got this done. Doers do, don'ters don't. Oh, Bath is surprising. I don't remember coming up something so natural when I was here first or here last. So I just crossed a field that didn't have any animals in it. Now I'm going down a path that could easily be something between Winchcombe and Broadway, or 5 kilometers from Dursley. It's hard to think or imagine that where I'm walking right now has a radius of tiny little homes all around it. Thankfully it's downhill, and I'm hoping that the rest of it is well. Maps.me wants to go that way into town, but I haven't seen a Cotswolds. I haven't seen a Cotswolds Way indication. Blue, what colors were they again? Blue or green or yellow? I'd say most of them were yellow, followed by blue, and then a few green. All right, this one of these has to have some sort of indication. One still going up with nothing. Fuck. Yeah, so I just walked up that super lengthy, narrow path just to go up here. Yet again, a few more trees. Unbelievable. But you gotta believe. I'm I'm sure that there's politics involved. I mean, think of the amount of walking that people have been doing on that thoroughfare for hundreds of years, bringing, their capital, their trades, their work, food, agriculture up and down through horse, through walking. And there's no way that anybody would have gone up and down the hills that I've just gone up and down. They would have taken the river road and then gone on to those easy tracks. And then those tracks would have had farms built around them. So the Cotswolds has to adjust, or it had to adjust to the farms. But to say that this is a way that's been, or a walk around that people have been using, it can't be the exact same. So how politics would get involved would be having a park kept so long as, say for example, the Cotswolds Way people, myself, would walk through it, bringing some sort of tourism to the town, when really all I want to do is get to the end of this road. Royal Victoria Park, lawns. It's one of the worst inventions ever. Comes from England, actually. Just waste. Historically speaking, the lawn represented the noble person's view or expectation that they no longer required a garden. They could show their resplendency and their dignity and I guess their overall pretentiousness by taking away all the nature that was in store and what they fed from, and just replaced it with the color green, flat. And from that, probably that's where soccer evolved and other pitch sports. Hidden again. But look at this. This is what the Cotswolds Way is like in Bath. And this road has taken a toll on my body. My feet are just like puffy white sponges. And my heels feel like they're walking on, well, they are walking on nails. There's actually nails that are protruding from what remains of where the wood was. It's not much, it's not bringing up blood, but I definitely feel the metal. And what else is here? I forget what that piece of architecture is called, but it's renowned in Bath. And because the back and forth, or the topsy-turvy way of walking without the heels, that created a sort of a heavy presence or pressure on both sides of my feet. So the bones along the inside of the soles going up to the Achilles, it's painful. Then I think the weight of the shoes overall has made knees coming up, the knees difficult. I feel the right knee more than I do the left in terms of pain. Inner joints, this is the first time in my life, this trip, I ever heard my hips knock. So that was about 5 times, and that was the first time, I think, in Cheltenham at Cleve Hill. I think that was directly after I got rid of the wooden clomps at the bottom. But yeah, so it hit the hips. Back's been fine. Laying down on the ground really does that. It does support. I really think that laying on a flat surface is good for the back. Shoulders are okay. I traveled really light as possible. And yeah, ass rash, yeah. Crotch rot, and some, well, they're not as much any now, but just like this thigh scales, I don't know, just gross. You know, I should have brought some underwear. Other than that, good. Done. Thanks for watching. I am going for a pint. And I might add the shoes plus the laundry if you want to watch that. And the pool. Yeah, okay, so I am in Bath. I did it, 102 miles, definitely a lot more than that. And all right, I'll be later. All right, well, I got what I wanted at Clark's. Thanks. Well, I did get my night at the mansion. And I did get my laundry done in the mansion. And finally, I did get a full 2 hours at this place, the spa in Bath, a bath in Bath. And you can see here that no cameras were allowed. However, they very much allowed me to spend 41 pounds for 2 hours here. Hey, you know what? It was all part of the plan, and I'm glad that I achieved it. Again, thank you for watching this entire long video. Hope you enjoyed. Like and subscribe, and I'll add one more thing about the amount of walking that I did on Sunday. So that last day was my best day for walking. Beginning and beginning National Trail, the Cotswolds Way, Bath M4, Dryham, Painswick. Stand ye in ways and see, ask the old paths, where is the good way, and walk therein, and ye shall rest for your soul.